Please introduce yourselves. Sabina, are you on board? Okay, we'll come back to Sabina. Kim?
Kim Gleason, Essex.
Thank you. And Lyle?
Lyle Jepson and Rutland.
Kathy Lavoie?
Kathy Lavoie, Swanton.
And Tom?
Tom Lovett, Waterford.
Oliver?
Oliver Olson, Londonderry.
Angelita?
Angelita Pena, student representative of Bristol.
Okay. Sabina, are you with us yet? Not yet. Okay, and I'm John Carroll of Norwich, chair of the board, and Secretary French.
Good morning, Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Thank you, Dan. So
I'm here too.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Jennifer Samuelson Winhall.
Pardon me. Senilia dementia has already arrived. Well, you've all noticed that anyway. So are there any, I have one amendment to the agenda. Are there any others?
Yes, I do as well.
Please, Please
here,
Oliver.
Sabina. Yeah, and this is really just a minor one on item M, the SBE agenda and work plan. I would just add to that committee structure as well.
Yes. Great. Thank you, Oliver. The other amendment to the agenda is simply a matter of sequencing. I'm going to propose to move the chair's report, item E, back into the afternoon, when it would take place after item J, but before item K. So after we've completed the Manhattan discussion and heard from Dan about that, but before we go to leadership succession, I would propose to present my chair's report to you at that time, which is frankly less of a report and more of a farewell. So
Could I ask?
Sabina, would you welcome and please identify yourself?
Sabina Brochu, student member, Williston.
Thank you, Sabina. Kim, you had something to say?
John, I was just going to ask if it would be at all possible, given my potential challenges once my Wi-Fi becomes cluttered with a lot of other people, is it at all possible to move Sabina's resolution earlier?
I think it certainly is. In fact, how about if we plug it in at the location, the current location of item E, so that that keeps us actually more on schedule for other topics than otherwise. Sabina, you all right with that? Can you stand it? All right. Thank you.
Kicking me out earlier.
Yeah, no. You can't go.
Absolutely not.
Any other amendments to the agenda or adjustments in the sequence of work? Thank you. Hearing none, then let's move to item B, the consent agenda. The consent agenda this month consists entirely of one item, i.e. the minutes of the last meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Jennifer Samuelson has moved that the board adopt the consent agenda, which is to say adopting the minutes as presented. Is there a second? And then we can have discussion. Oliver, I think I heard Tom has seconded. Is there discussion or comment? Yes.
I do have one comment. On page 8 of the minutes, on item O at the end, I am listed as both a yay and a nay on the same vote.
So which do you prefer?
I was a yay, I believe.
All righty then. We'll ask Susanna or Maureen to make that correction.
Yes, we will.
Are there any other comments or corrections or suggestions? Then hearing none, by show of hands, those approve of the motion to adopt the consent agenda, please raise your hand.
With the amendments.
With the amendment.
This consent agenda with the amendment, that's correct. Yes, thank you. As amended. I see all hands. The ayes have it. The ayes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'll
Yes.
abstain as I wasn't present at the meeting.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Very good. Board announcements. Board members, do you have anything going on? Let's start with the non-students, and then we always save the best for last and hear from the students. Board members, do you have any reports to make of activities pertaining to your work as a state board member or related? It's been a quiet time then. Thank you. And student members, we'd love to hear from you, as always. Angelita, would you like to go first?
Sure. So, as you all know, school's over for quite a few of us. My last day of school was Monday. A lot of it was just wrapping up assignments, work. Of course, everyone was on a different schedule. Some of us had tests on the last day. Some of us did not have tests. I was very fortunate not to. But there has also been quite a bit of concern for next year. I know one of the concerns was where students will be, because when I took chemistry, we blasted through all the material, but we were not in depth. But there was another class that was very in depth, but did not get at all as far as we did. I think they got to unit 3 and we were on unit 5 or 6. So it put teachers are concerned about how they will juggle all of that, how they will give material for students that are not as far, and then how they will kind of clean things up with students that went farther but didn't exactly didn't learn as much about it as the other students. I've also heard concerns from teachers just about the number of students they're going to have again. You know, a lot of them are used to having 4 and 7 kids, and now we're going to go back to classes of 15, 20. And one teacher said he experienced that already when students came back. And that was kind of a problem because it was just so hard struggling. It was just a struggle to balance all these students that weren't there at all or were coming back 4 days a week. I guess I really don't have much to say except there's just concern for next year on how teachers will be supported in that new just wave of students that are coming that were never at school or weren't there 4 days a week, and how to support students that didn't get as far, because I think one of the things we learned is who's an independent learner and who isn't. So how are we going to help those students that were not independent learners and give them the support to learn everything they should have learned last year, but also catch up to the students next year courses? Yeah, that's it.
That's a fascinating challenge. Jennifer, you have a comment or question?
Well, yes. So thank you for that report. And I'm sort of putting myself in your shoes as a student, and can imagine that that this has been an interesting year. I mean, every week has been different on some level. You're in school, you're not in school, and I think the end of the year was a monumental ask, both of the students and the teachers, to sort of suddenly be back to normal. So I'm sure you're happy to have that summer off. I'm curious, as a student, do you have any insight as to, how to remedy this? Like, what if the choice were yours, what would you do?
I mean, honestly, I'm not really quite sure. I think that I fell in between. I was an independent learner, but there were some moments where I was not. I think really the only thing that I can think of is that teachers find ways to, I know this can be asking a lot, but use some of their prep time to do what they did this year, like record some resources, find some resources from this past year and give those to students, and maybe record some, like, honestly, I'm not quite sure how you can kind of bump back from this. I'm not an educator. I think anything I would ask for would be asking for a lot, because teachers don't get paid enough as it is. And I know they put a lot in time into what they do. So I'm not quite sure. I'll probably think of something as time passes, and I might even ask teachers, what do you plan on doing? And what is something that you would like to have to make it easier? But I'm not quite sure, honestly.
And Lyle, you had a comment or question?
Yes, and that's a great report. Thank you. And it brings up a question, and maybe this is later for Secretary French, but has there been discussion about potential parental requests to have a redo year? I'm not necessarily thinking of high school, but potentially elementary school or middle school. Has that discussion come up, and how would that be addressed? And again, maybe this is a question for later. How would that be addressed financially or by the Agency of Education? Because what we would be offering is another year of school.
Angelita?
I'm just now remembering, and this might also answer Samuelson's question. Our school is doing a summer program. So you can make up for classes that you did not pass, or you can get ahead. I'm not quite sure if it allows you to retake classes to go more in depth into them. I don't see why you couldn't do that, but I'm not quite sure you can. But yeah, I think summer programs is one thing to kind of help the students that didn't pass and things like that. So I'm not sure all schools are doing that. I just know my school is. So
maybe this conversation is a place where I can share with you some international experience. I'm chair of the board of a foundation in Kenya, Eastern Africa. We, operated a school there. All schooling is regulated and directed by the national government. 60 million people, one national government that directs education. The national government's way of addressing this problem has been to, as of January 1 of this year, rule that each year the school will make up 1/3 of the lost education, the education that was lost last year. Keeping in mind in East Africa, there was simply no virtual learning because there's virtually no internet connectivity in students' homes. So while normally there are 3 semesters in a year, and which takes place over about 9 months, for the next 2 years, all schools will run 4 semesters, 12 months each year, allowing a small amount of break for major holidays. The teachers are all paid by the national government. They are paid, compared to the ordinary working Kenyans, quite well, which is somewhat in contrast to our American situation. So it's just interesting that other nations have addressed this in different ways and have been very proactive and directive, and sort of acknowledging that the loss of education opportunity that took place, and proactively addressing that, so that these students will be caught up with their kind of age level, grade level, after 2 full years. And there will have been, at least in theory, no loss in learning. So that's another way of doing it, but of course, that's an extremely different system of governance and organization than we have in the United States. Sabina, we're happy to hear from you.
Yeah, so I think I share a lot of similar concerns with Emulated, but I am kind of more hopeful. I see CVU is an amazing school, and I'm fortunate enough to attend. You know, their principal has like brought the possible schedule for next year already to like student council and asked for our ideas and what do we think of it. And so I think, you know, administration is definitely learning from like kids do learn a lot better when school starts a little bit later and ends a little bit later. So those are some changes that are kind of being implemented at CVU. And on top of that, I think our student body is just so resilient, and you know, if given the opportunity to bounce back, we'll take that opportunity, you know, and teachers really will kind of help guide the way, because so you see it, at least I've seen it, every teacher I've had is passionate about what they're doing. They're there for a reason, and the last thing they want is to leave kids behind. So I have hope, and I really think that we can do it, and we'll have the ability to get out of this. And if it comes down to our kids are, you know, half a semester behind, it seems like by the time they graduate, so be it. But did they, you know, receive enough support, and did they feel like, you know, they were getting a good education, and are they able to go out into the world and do whatever it is they need to do at that next level? Then, you know, that's good. Like if I can't tell you the cosine of 35 degrees, like I can't tell you it, but you know, do I know to hold the door, you know, when there's someone walking into a building, to be polite? Like those are the things that really matter in my opinion. And I think being a good member and citizen of the community is really what it's all about. And if anything, this has strengthened that and taught us that relying on others and being that support is really what's important.
Thank you. Any further comments or thoughts in this area of student reports and related matters? All right, then, thank you both, Angelita and Sabina, for your reports. I hope you can tell that the board loves your reports. We really have been, I hope you can see, very interested to hear from you. And I think the two of you have been really quite unusual in the richness of what you've been able to convey to us. I say unusual compared to other student members in the past, all of whom are like you, very talented and articulate people. So we thank you very much for the kind of realness and richness that you share with us about what's actually happening in schools, since many of us don't have school-age children and therefore are somewhat removed from the real life of schools. So now we can move on to item D, which is the 10 minutes for the public to be heard. Suzanne, are you able to ascertain if we have any members of the public who wish to be heard?
Yes, John, there is one person that I'm aware of. Her name is Jody Normando, and she wishes to address the board.
Okay, thank you for that. And if there's anybody else who wishes to be heard, please do. I believe you can communicate with Suzanne by text. Is that the method that you're using, Suzanne?
Jody reached out to me earlier this week.
Yeah.
I think there is somebody else on the line who may wish to speak.
Okay, if that person would simply inform Suzanne, that would be great, so we can get you in the queue. As usual, our guidelines are that public comments are welcome on items in the agenda of this board meeting. Since we have, it seems, only two, we'll allow 3 or 4 minutes for each speaker. Ms. Normando, would you like to proceed?
Good morning, and I won't take 3 or 4 minutes, John. First of all, I wanted to speak to Sabina and say to Sabina that you are one amazing young woman. I've watched you during these last 2 years, and I've listened to your call recently on VPR. You are smart, thoughtful, involved, well-spoken, and energetic. You hold your own in an adult world. You are not afraid to speak up, and that's a wonderful trait. I can't wait to see what you will bring to the world in the future. Go for it. I know you will make your mark. I will miss seeing you on the board. And to Mr. Carroll. Yes, John.
Did you
I'm
use
sorry.
nice words on Sabina?
I am so sorry to see you leave the board, even though I'm happy for you and your family. You've been a fantastic board member and chair. You're intelligent, thoughtful, kind, fair, caring, and understanding. You really do your homework. I thank you for how you manage your meetings, and especially thank you for your vote, along with Bill's, not to force merger on our area, even if it didn't pass. Thank you, John, and best wishes enjoying your life with your family, and be well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jody.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
On behalf especially of Sabina, thank you. That's very kind. Suzanne, any other members of the public who wish to be heard?
I have not heard, but maybe if you may just want to ask if that one person wishes to speak.
Yes, one person, anybody who wishes to speak. We love public comment. We welcome them. We go to the effort to be available. Please do speak up if you wish. Remember to unmute if you wish to be heard. It looks like somebody is trying to connect with us, but I'm not hearing anything. Suzanne, is there anything we can do?
John, everyone is unmuted, so I think there may not be anybody else that wishes to speak.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Just a passing observation. You know, we're headed back to in-person meetings, which or you are, and boy, I envy you. In-person meetings are just way better in virtually every regard, but the virtually is important. I really love that people have been able to join our meetings and speak to us without driving 2.5 hours to wherever we happen to be meeting, sitting through lots of blather and then getting 2 minutes to talk and then driving 2.5 hours back home. This is, I know Jody, for example, lives in Dummerston in the far southern reaches of the state. And she used to come to a lot of our meetings, and she did a lot of driving to do so. So my hope is that going forward, public meetings such as this of the state board and other public entities will be able to arrange easy audio and hopefully audio and video connection for those who cannot or do not wish to attend our meetings physically, but wish to participate and speak. I'm pretty sure that folks are working on that, and it seems like that will be one of the benefits of what we've learned from this time of virtual meetings. So with that, we're ready to move on to item E, which is the resolution for Sabina. Who wishes to be recognized? I think Kim does. Kim, let us hear from you.
Thank you. It is my honor to take a moment to reflect on Sabina's time with us. Whereas Sabina Brochu has served with distinction on the State Board of Ed from August 2019 through June 2021 and provided a competent, well-informed voice and fresh perspective. And whereas Sabina has drawn from her experiences as a leader at Champlain Valley Union High School, balancing the demands of school, athletics, State Board of Education meetings, both in person and virtual, press conferences with the governor, VPR call-ins, and a global pandemic. Whereas Sabina has informed the State Board of Ed with monthly updates, highlighting important issues in education and the impact on students during this extraordinary time. Sabina took on the effort to reach out to her peers across the state. And whereas Sabina shared her opinions with knowledge, clarity, and authority. And whereas Sabina was a vital member of the State Board of Ed, not just a student voice, but a voice for all Vermont students. Only 2 years with the State Board and only 1 year as a voting member, Sabina's years were full of insight and wisdom, enriching fellow board members and informing decision-making throughout her time. And be it therefore resolved that the State Board of Ed bestows its gratitude and commendations to Sabina Brochu. We thank her for her service and commitment to improving Vermont education for all students. Furthermore, we wish her continued success in her future endeavors and hope that she will remain connected with our work as she embarks on her senior year at CVU, dated the 16th day of June 2021. Sabina, thank you. I miss our commuting time, but it's been very, enriching, I think, for all of us, as I think John shared earlier. It's really, we're so fortunate. And Angelita, we look forward to time together.
Thank you, Kim. That was a lovely resolution and eloquent. The resolution is to be voted on and adopted by this board. So as with any, and so Kim has made that motion. As with any such motion, is there further discussion? Happy to hear from anybody else before we vote to adopt formally this resolution in honor of Sabina's service. All righty then.
Do you need a second?
Yes. Thank you for that second.
I will second, and I will just
please
add on and say, Sabina, thank you so much for your service. I know this has been an awfully, it's been a big time commitment, and I'm a little in awe of how you've been able to juggle that with all of your regular classes. But we will definitely miss your voice. But thank you so much for your service.
Thank you for having me and for listening to my voice. It's been an experience I will never forget, and it really just has kind of shown me my passion for public service, and I'm so glad that I got to be here the past 2 years.
Oh, it's great. It's great. And I don't know if it's easy for us to think that Sabina is a senior and graduating, but she's you're frankly ending only your junior year. Is that correct? So,
yeah, I still have 1 more year.
Yes. So I think that's the definition of precocity. So in any case, are you ready to vote? Those in favor of the resolution that Kim composed and read, please signify by saying aye.
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 The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You have unanimously adopted the resolution in honor of our colleague, Sabina Brochu. And I might just turn to Angelita, who next month will be a voting member. You have more than held your own as the junior member of the student gang. And we look forward to great things from you as well. Thank you. We're running a little ahead of schedule, but Secretary French, are you prepared to give us the Secretary's report?
Yes, good morning. Sabina, good luck. I miss working with you, and hopefully we'll stay in touch. Yeah, it's been great. As I have for the last several months, I'll confine my report to issues largely related to the pandemic response, and happy to take any questions on related matters or any other matters. As you're aware, the state of emergency ended last night. So for the first time in 15 months or so, we are now operating the school system back on our regulatory construct. The school year is ended, as ladies have indicated, for most students. Maybe as many as half the districts ended school last week, and most are ending the school year this week. We have a general recommendation from the health department that'll guide the next several months, and that recommendation is that unvaccinated individuals who are inside shall wear masks, should wear masks, and that's the recommendation that will guide summer programming as well. Other than that, as you know, Sabina's and Annalita's reports indicated, there's a lot of work still in front of us, what we call recovery in education, and that's the agency right now is, as you know, been involved in that planning for several months, but we're certainly now making a more of a transition as we've removed from our website many of the pandemic-related guidance documents and really transitioning more towards structuring the recovery work in the coming months. Our recovery planning in Vermont started fairly early compared to other states. It started as early as January, and we had pointed school districts to thinking about that work in 3 focus areas, one of which is academics, the other is social emotional well-being, and the third is what we call engagement or re-engagement. And certainly a focus of our Summer Matters campaign is around the re-engagement piece. We saw that as a necessary precondition to beginning to address some of the academic issues you heard in the student reports, but also just the overall social emotional well-being of students. So the first step is to really leverage the summer as an opportunity to re-engage with students statewide and to expand opportunities for activities to get kids outside, to get them involved, to get them reconnected. And certainly as we embark upon the fall, we'll be focusing, I think, more on the academic aspects and the social emotional learning pieces. But a lot of that sort of planning that we started initially in the state of Vermont was superseded to a certain extent by federal planning as a requirement of what we call ESSER funding, which is some of the federal relief dollars. So districts are now in the process of matching sort of those planning priorities with funding strategies with the federal dollars. There's several initiatives underway in that regard, including an interest in improving the quality of school facilities. So there's many pieces of the recovery work that are underway. I think it's also important to acknowledge, as I've used the word transition, there's also issues of momentum and capacity of the school districts right now. Frankly, there's a lot of exhaustion in the systems. So we expect this moment of transition to also be one of rejuvenation and people to take some time to get caught up and ready to do the work that'll be in front of us for the next couple of years at least. So why don't I end my comments there? I'd be happy to speak about any specific issues or other questions the board might have.
Board members, do you have any comments or questions? Yes, Lyle.
I guess, thank you, Secretary French. I would return to my question during the student reports about, is there an option, and this is not in any way an indictment of the hard work that teachers have done over the years. It's been amazing the work that they've done. Is there an option for some students who may have found technology difficult or working remotely difficult? What are the options for parents and those students in receiving additional time, and whether that's a full year or something else? I know there's a lot of plans in place for summer, but as you just said, it's also a time of where teachers are they need to take a deep breath. So is there an option for more time for students if necessary, and is there a process that you're considering?
Yeah, I think it's important, to acknowledge, just as we went into the pandemic, we didn't really know what was in front of us. There was no game plan. Similarly, coming out of it, there's no game plan either per se, other than to say we can anticipate students being affected, at least in those 3 domains that we mentioned. I think they're fairly broad and encompass most of the activity of the education system. So firstly, we can consider the normal structures and processes that are in place. And again, the interest and restoring the regular in-person instruction is not just about the instruction, it's also about the activities, the ability to remediate, to understand where students are coming from, and to design interventions and so forth. So specifically, school districts have a required policy on the books around promotion and retention. So that is an aspect that's available. I think that will connect directly probably more to what we call the education support team structure inside of school districts, is that they begin to organize and to assess what student needs are in the academic areas. You can imagine we've heard from 2 high school students today, and we're all more or less familiar, I think, with the course taking patterns of high school and what does it mean to meet requirements for graduation and so forth. That isn't necessarily the experience of younger students in elementary grades who might or might not have missed out key steps in their skill development in math, for example, which we're hearing from nationally in some of the data. Whereas in literacy, students might have made acceptable gains. So all of that has to be unpacked, sorted out, and school districts, I think, are probably more comfortable and well equipped to do that. They have some normal processes and routines, such as policy and educational support team procedures available to them to do that work. But again, this is going to be not business as usual. So part of what we're doing, I think, in the recovery process is to highlight that school districts need to be open to understanding the diversity of need that's out there, and be cautious before prescribing sort of general solutions before they understand the specific needs of students. But we'll be attentive to the larger patterns in that work as it emerges through the recovery planning process. And we'll be bringing together school districts and in regions in particular that have similar problems. We'll be bringing other resources to bear. We've continued our investment, for example, in the Vermont Virtual Learning Cooperative. So we have capacity online for remote learning, remediation, tutorial, and so forth. So there'll be a variety, anticipation of the need, there'll be a variety of additional resources being brought to bear. But I think it's fair to say we're in a listening mode at this point. But the summer at this point is really about the re-engagement piece. But I think we'll be well positioned to hit the ground running come fall. With the strategies that we have in place, and with just the openness to understanding that this is new, uncharted territory in so many ways.
Thank you.
Sabina.
So I don't really understand how the education system all works and how accountability works, and oh, do your kids know math, how that works? But I'm just wondering, because obviously every school is different, and how they're going to be able to address this, and with the capacity that they do have to address the students who have fallen behind. How are we going to be able to physically look at, or how can I look at and be okay, so my sister does know how to do 8th grade math, and she did learn it. How as a state are we going to be able to kind of say okay, we've crossed that finish line of the pandemic and catching kids up, and everyone's in a good place now?
Yeah, to John's observation, we're not in Kenya, so we have to come up with a Vermont approach to do that. And one of the major tools that districts have, it's not a state requirement, but it's more or less state of the art, if you will, is the use of benchmark assessment tools. So districts have other commercial assessment tools that they use. I won't name them, but there's a variety of them out there that are basically allow districts to deploy tests, if you will, to test grade level, to test skill level. And those are basically matched to national standards, if you will, and also to national curriculum levels and so forth. So, for example, as a state, we are embarked on a partnership with Metametrics to use something called Lexile and Quantile scales. So most of those benchmark assessments, particularly in the area of reading, will yield a Lexile score, which then can be matched to any book you buy on Amazon.com, to online tutorial services. In the case of quantile scores in math, you could go on Khan Academy and find a corresponding remedial activity to beef up your skill and so forth. So there's a lot of that type of assessment activity will no doubt be occurring. So I'm not sure if that'll play out for you, Sabina, at the high school level. I would imagine at the high school level that'll be largely focused on course content and standards acquisition to make sure students are on track towards graduation requirements. But certainly in the more skill-oriented areas of the younger grades, I think you'll see a lot of benchmark assessment and students or schools prioritizing their interventions and grouping students based on where they are at relative to their skill level.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think at the high school level, like kids, it's easier to tell where they're at, but they're not as resilient. And at the younger level, it's the exact opposite. They're extremely resilient. Like you give them the tools and they'll be able to bounce back, but it's hard to tell where they're at. So
yeah.
Interesting. Kim has a comment, and then Samuel, Jennifer, and then Tom Lovett. Kim?
Hi, thanks. So, Dan, thanks so much. And I'm wondering, as you mentioned virtual learning, is there a timer that we will be considering? What were some of the positive takeaways? And what does a new normal look like? And does that impact the counting of student days or snow days, for instance? Or how will the wins be harnessed to reimagine the future of education?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. It's one that's emerging in lots of locations and places, and there's a lot of interest in examining what are the lessons learned. There have been many. It's important, I think, to acknowledge just on a practical level, and particularly as a result of the pandemic, again, and from a recovery perspective, it would be unrealistic and undesirable to try to enact any of those lessons learned immediately in the fall. Firstly, from a practical level, we don't have the ability to create regulation and law on the fly, and many of the issues you just ticked off are grounded in statutory and regulatory authority. So there needs to be some examination relative to that construct. But secondly, from a pragmatic perspective, we still very much need to be focused on the recovery work, and that's going to put a lot of emphasis on in-person connection. I'll use the phrase in-person connection as opposed to in-person instruction, because in-person instruction is sort of a layer on that interpersonal connection. But we have a lot of work to do, again, on reconnecting with students, but also addressing the social emotional impact of the pandemic on their lives. And the solution and the antidote to that is to restore normalcy, meaning school routines, as soon as possible. So first step from a pandemic perspective is to restore normalcy as soon as possible. Coincidentally, restoring normalcy also allows us to begin to address some of the recovery issues, such as academic learning loss. But we do have to carve out some time to identify the opportunities and lessons learned, so to speak. Virtual learning, existed prior to the pandemic, and in many ways has been advanced as a result of the pandemic. It's important to acknowledge that there, as you know, as state board members, that was implemented on a very uneven basis across the state. So not all virtual learning was high quality learning. Not all virtual learning provided equal access for all students, even in the same school. So we have issues of quality and equity that need to be addressed, but we do need to examine very closely, particularly as a rural state, to what extent virtual learning can be harnessed to expand access to a high quality education for all Vermont students. So that will be front and center, no doubt, in those conversations in the coming months, and also with the General Assembly in the spring. But it's just important for people to realize that and part of this is a cultural shift. As I started with my report today, as of midnight, we are no longer operating in a state of emergency, which there's been a lot of inappropriate deference to state authority in the middle of an emergency in the pandemic. But as of midnight, we are now back to essentially our normal regulatory construct. And as you know, there is a division of roles and responsibilities in our regulation between state and locals. And we're certainly very interested in working through any kind of flexibility options that are available in the existing regulations. But it's important to acknowledge that we're back sort of into that normal construct. impact. So that's I don't know if that helps, but that's sort of the tension, I think, between the recovery versus the opportunity. But we'll certainly be interested in having a conversation internally within the agency and the administration, but also with the state board and through the fall to identify what are those opportunities that should be brought forward to the General Assembly or within our own regulatory authority.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan, yeah, thank you.
Kim,
I just wanted to
Kim,
say
let others pose their questions.
Okay, sure. Yeah, thanks.
Jennifer, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, Dan, thank you so much for this report, and congratulations on making it through. I'm curious to know what you're hearing from the teachers in terms of, if they're feeling burned out or, additional supports that might be necessary to kind of help us get through this next phase of recovery.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations to you, all Vermonters. We do have our, not to reemphasize that point, we do have our work ahead of us, and we started again conceptualizing the idea of recovery in education fairly early, but just, the federal requirements also point to a multi-year process. So, it's hard to determine at this point what the impact of the pandemic has been or will be, but we need to begin to start to do that work, and we're all looking forward to it. I think you raise an excellent point. It's, the issues, the demographic challenges that we had as a state and as an education system prior to the pandemic exist now, and probably more so. You phrased it like, what am I hearing? And I can tell you, just taking the temperature on the system, there's a lot of exhaustion in the system. And then throwing in issues like pension reform on top of that, there's a lot of, morale issues, I would say. And I'm married to a teacher, so I have a personal sort of thermometer in the household on that temperature. But I think also I'd point inside the federal recovery package, there is a requirement that we at the state level also do an examination of education workforce conditions. So we will be embarking on some sort of analysis of our labor force situation in education, meaning shortages, qualifications, licensing, and so forth. I've raised the issue with my colleagues in other New England states because I think as we start to envision labor force issues, Vermont's labor forces, from an education standpoint, and certainly in other perspectives, is a regional labor force. So I think it would be prudent for us as a group of New England states to discuss that issue, at least in coordination with each other. But we'll have to take a look at our regulations, what is our pipeline for educator development, and what can we do to retain people inside the profession? And all those things, I think, are going to be front and center, not only because of the federal requirement, but it's just the reality right now on the ground. We're seeing a lot of exhaustion. We're seeing that manifest in turnover. We have superintendents turning over, principals turning over, and so forth. So it'll be a key variable in our decision making. So as much as we might conceptualize how the recovery work should be organized, the boots on the ground ability to enact that are going to be something altogether. So that'll be an important variable to consider.
Thank you, Dan. Tom Lovett, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, first, just thank you, Dan, for your awareness of the equity and quality issues and the disparities that existed before and were exacerbated now under the pandemic. And then your last point, turnover on all sorts of levels, from school leadership, district leadership, department leadership, just because of exhaustion. So thanks for being aware of that. I'm wondering if you can speak to how this recovery will affect, if at all, the implementation of Act 173. There was a disparity across the state on that as well before the pandemic hit. We knew it was a heavy lift then, and I'm assuming that it's probably a heavier lift now. And if you see any changes to the process of implementing that new act.
Yeah, we're certainly using essentially the goals of 173 to guide the recovery work. So we very intentionally, we still conclude that 173 is much more than just special education reform. It's really how best to situate school districts as systems to meet the needs of students. And you've heard me point to this issue of systems previously. I think it is perhaps part of the weakness of our design in our federated system, unlike Kenya again, but also one of our strengths. To the extent we can get our school districts to work as systems and to rely on the regulatory framework that exists already, meaning the requirement to have an education support team, the requirement to have a coordinated curriculum, those systems can allow our organizations to navigate times of transition like this. So in my experience as an educator in Vermont, all too often our school districts are structured around the personal leadership of individuals, whether it be a superintendent, a principal, or a teacher. And anytime you have turnover, our school districts are very vulnerable for losing ground in terms of improving their organizational effectiveness. So by having systems enacted, it's one of the ways that we can ensure that if there is going to be an era of turnover, and I expect there will be, having good systems in place will help establish continuity for students. So you heard me mention this idea of educational support teams around learning loss. That's a central pillar of our thinking around Act 173. So we're going to put some emphasis on the education support team process, which is a process that has existed in Vermont education policy for over 20 years. But we think it's going to be a very useful tool to point districts towards a recovery process, but also allow them to situate themselves under the Act 173, a financial constraint of a block grant. So we're intentionally picking pieces of 173 and applying them in the recovery planning because we think they're essential not only for stronger school district systems, but it's precisely that articulation of a system that will help districts do the recovery work. So we see a real connection between the two, and we're trying to bring the two together. I think to your point, there is a whole nother element of it, which is the financial side of 173. And that's, I think, where, as a former head of school, the financial, the business side of operating school districts, there's a lot of uncertainty right now in terms of, you can imagine trying to build a budget in the coming year with all these unknowns. And districts will be at their budget processes pretty quickly. At the same time, building special ed budgets, which essentially usually would start in September with a service plan requirement under the old reimbursement model. So there's significant changes going on. So there's a need for us on a whole separate strand to ramp up our support in special education specifically. And underneath that, a very specific technical support strand on special education financial considerations as it pertains to budgets. So there's a lot of work going on in the financial side of this, which will be equally important.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
And thank you for that report. I'm impressed by the scope of your concerns and the attention you're paying to these concerns. It seems like this is one of those synergistic opportunities where we not only can find a way to recover, but also to build and to improve. And there are two pieces that you've touched upon that I think could address weaknesses in our system of education, the one that we have here in Vermont. One weakness is small schools. And as a veteran of the wars of Act 46, I was caused to become aware of the challenges faced by small schools and therefore the deficits that their students face. That is the small schools' inability to offer, I don't know, third level Spanish or European history as opposed to world history. That is, a rich curriculum is difficult to provide in a small school setting. You're speaking about the virtual learning cooperative is very encouraging. It seems to me that the virtual learning cooperative could become a very powerful tool to equip small schools to offer universally, not student by student and not by subscription, but just built into the way the school is run that a broad array or in a deeper array of student offerings could be available by virtue of the virtual learning cooperative. So I'm happy to know that you're talking about strengthening that investment. And another piece of the weaknesses of our system is its variability. We have really strong teams in some regions and in some schools, and we have fairly weak teams. We saw this, if you'll recall, when we talked with agency personnel about the practices with regard to special education in the various schools, that there are many schools that are managing special education cases very effectively, appropriately, and in compliance with federal and state rules. And there are some that are frankly renegades and that are operating according to their own rules. And we heard from parents who found that if they moved 3 towns over, their child was eligible for services, whereas in their hometown, that those had been denied. That kind of variability, of course, undermines quality. I can see that simply the use of virtual communication in the way that we do between agency employees, let's say in special education, who are probably the most powerful tool we have for building consistency in the way that small schools or independent schools or remote schools conduct their affairs with regard to special education and tech ed and many other things. So that it seems like if you and the agency, I mean, you only have, what, a couple hundred employees. It's very, at most, it's very hard for your folks to get out to all the schools on a really regular basis. But we've learned that virtual communications such as this allow us to be in each other's living rooms or in each other's offices in your case, and that is a really powerful tool for getting us all on the same page. So I'm hopeful that the improvement component of what we've learned from this experience will kick into gear when it's appropriate. Understood, we've simply got to do the recovery now. But I'm excited by what I hear you say, Dan, and the scope of the thinking you have about this. Hopefully this could be a real inflection point in ensuring that students in all of our schools, all around the state, whether they're small or large, have access to an equally excellent education. So any other comments or questions? Well, thank you for this very rich discussion. We're about 7 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's take a break and resume at 10:45. So that's a little longer break than you had been promised. 10:45. I don't want to get too far ahead of schedule just because the outside world is counting on a particular schedule that we have. Some folks like to tune in to hear a particular discussion. We have presenters who are scheduled. So we would start at 10:45 with Ms. Ryan on the subject of 2240 and go from there. So let's please be back at 10:45 sharp. Thank you very much. Meantime, be sure to mute and turn off your video. So let us resume. Welcome, Cassandra Ryan. Thank you for taking this time to continue your briefing of us of 2240. Dan, this was your suggestion that we carry forward a bit further on 2240. So maybe between the two of you, you can lead us where you'd like us to follow.
Yeah, I think at the last meeting, in Cassandra's presentation in particular, provided a good overview of some of the concerns, but also included some recommended language. I'll go far as to say as recommendations, but some areas where I think the board would be interested in taking advantage of the opportunity now to address the regulations since they're on the table, so to speak. So Cassandra had included in her slide some strong suggestion or hint. I guess I'll fall back on recommendation, some changes for the board to consider. And we didn't really have time, I think, at the last meeting to take up the issue of what to do about
Good.
the
So
concern.
let's pick up where, not exactly where we left off, but sort of bring people back up to speed. At least one board member was not present for that discussion. And then take us forward. And we didn't indicate whether we would take a vote of any sort on this, but let's see how it goes and see what the board's views are. Thank you, Cassandra.
Yeah, no problem. So, right, last month we talked about the fact that there is a current rule at the state board that has effectively resulted in our not having any of our post-secondary hopefuls actually moving forward. It's a rule that requires that if you're going to be located in Vermont, so if you're going to be a Vermont post-secondary school and you go through this process, you'll receive an initial approval. That initial approval cannot be longer than 5 years, but can be, in some cases, it would be appropriate for it to be a less than 5-year initial approval. 2243.3 is a rule that requires that upon renewal, that post-secondary school must have obtained accreditation by a U.S. recognized accreditor. It presents a bit of a rub because it's unlikely that the accreditors would be able to offer accreditation to those schools. So it's almost we'll approve you initially, but it's almost impossible to get a renewal because this rule would require you to do something that is unlikely you could do. Or if you did obtain accreditation, there are different levels of accreditation, right, that are approved by US Ed. And so we don't want the rule to sort of shift people towards accreditors that they would not normally be looking for. For instance, NECHI, which is one that we're familiar with, that's our New England regional accreditor that's recognized by US Ed. I reached out to them and they said that on a fast track, it would be 6 years. That's a fast track. So after operation, it would be 6 years. Other accreditors reported that they won't even look at an application unless the entity has been operating for 1 to 2 years. So actually admitted students and been operating. So in addition, VHEC reached out to the board a couple of years ago and then followed up maybe around a year and a half ago with the letter again. VHEC is required to review these projects before they get to you. So these schools, right, if they want to seek your approval, VHEC weighs in, and that's statutorily required. It's again echoed in your rules, but it is statutorily required. They expressed concern because of that rule. They also felt that their hands were a bit tied to offer their truest recommendation when it might be less than 5 years, because certainly if 5 years was aggressive, it would be absolutely impossible to obtain accreditation in less than 5 years. So a 2-year recommendation, which in the past was their recommendation in certain cases, they didn't feel they could offer that because they felt they were setting the school up with an impossible task for renewal. So they expressed that concern. And so we thought maybe that we would approach you with this just to identify it as an issue. Again, we've not had a post-secondary school appear before you that can open up in Vermont. If you're a post-secondary school outside Vermont that operates outside Vermont but wants to open up a location in Vermont to offer your services, it would be easier to do that and to feel secure that you'd be able to continue operating after your initial renewal, your initial approval.
Can you go over with us what the options you suggested were?
Certainly, I can push it up on the board if that's easier for you to read it, and I can, yeah, let's do that. Please let me know if you can see it.
There we go.
Hopefully. Okay, good. So it really comes down right to that bold part, right, where it says any school seeking renewal has obtained initial approval, and that approval is your state board approval. That's on or after January 1st, 2015. So there are a couple of exceptions that we have some historical approvals that we don't apply this to. Shall obtain accreditation from an accrediting entity recognized by the U.S. Department of Ed. And we would suggest as a one option, right? There's probably more, that if we were to strike through that next sort of phrasing, and instead of saying in order to be considered eligible for renewal, we would suggest the language of, or suggest maybe as a possibility within the first 10 years. Certainly the number of years is a number that we could play with, but I think that would accomplish it. It's a fairly quick change in the rule, but I think it opens up the door for folks that are interested in coming into Vermont. It would still, it would still hold them to a bar. Certainly accreditation is something we recognize. And again, what we would not want to see is our recommendation limit folks to accreditors that are not of the highest bar. So we want our post-secondary institutions that are thinking of coming in Vermont to be able to reach for the higher bar of accreditation if they could, such as a NECHI. And again.
So would this, would it be possible, for example, if VHEC recommended an initial 3-year approval as opposed to a 5-year, and the board granted that 3-year approval, would this language then allow a renewal of that 3-year approval, or a renewal of approval for anywhere between 1 and 5 years, and yet another renewal up until the point of 10 years having expired? And is that the idea?
That is exactly the idea. It would mean that they would just continue to be reviewed. The VHEC, so let's use your exact example where they're given less than 5 years, maybe it's a 3-year or a 2-year. And at that time, they would just follow a renewal process that echoes their initial review process. So they would, they would have to pay the review fee. VHEC would be involved. They would do their complete review. The school would come back to the State Board of Education, and you would have another time, time to relook at things and maybe get some updated information, an updated report from VHEC. They would follow that same process, and then there would be another review period, which could again be less than 5 years. So in fact, it would result in multiple touch points that I couldn't necessarily quantify for you today because it would depend on those approval terms, but it would allow for that so that you would have more touch points and they would have more time to be of an institution that qualifies for that accreditation status.
Thank you.
But you wouldn't lose touch with them.
Yes, yes. Jennifer Samuelson, you have a comment or question?
Yes, thank you for preparing this. And I'm sorry, because I don't have the whole rule series in my head, so I'm asking a question that you may be there and I just don't know it. But I guess my first question is, if we're looking at this 10-year time frame, is it written in the rule that there will be interim, 2 to 3 year recertifications leading up to that 10-year period? And then also, is it somewhere in the rule that thereafter recertification shall occur, every 5 years?
So it's not written specifically in any other place of your rules, but where it is in statute. So statute does allow them to go through the same process as they originally sought your initial approval. So we could go farther and work on some rule changes that would make that more clear for you to spec out what the renewal, if you wanted it to be if you definitely want it to echo that initial review, or if maybe upon renewal you may want a little bit of a different process, we could, that could be possible. I think the idea was to try to keep, I don't know, Secretary French, you did mention that the rule series is currently open, and I'm not sure if that's what we're trying to piggyback on, meaning keeping it more simple to address the specific situation now, or if this is something to consider a more overarching review of the rules.
Yeah, I think we had brought it forward because the concern had been brought to us, as you mentioned, at least a year ago. And there seemed to be an opportunity now for a simple modification.
Question would be, it seems like with regard to 2220, i.e. the independent schools, our rules articulate what statute says and then some. Oliver and Kim and Jennifer, who are more familiar with those rules, can comment on this. It would seem that it's kind of convenient for places, for folks to have all the applicable rules in one place, as opposed to some statute and some rules in two separate places. So I'm wondering if the board, if you might propose and if the board might consider amplifying the rules to reflect the statutory obligations that you just mentioned, as well as the change that you are, this change or a similar change to accomplish this sort of catch-22, correct this catch-22 problem. Oliver, I see you have a comment.
Yeah, I want to be a little bit cautious about reciting statutes in rules. We've had problems where our rulemaking process, believe it or not, oftentimes doesn't work as quickly as the General Assembly works, and run the risk of things becoming out of sync. And we already see that in some of our rules where there's there's statutory language that's no longer enforced. So I think that can lead to a little bit of confusion.
Yes, yes, yeah. Well, we're sort of betwixt and between, because we have a fair number of rules which in 2220 which emulate the statute. And when the statute changes, then those rules would appear to be no longer supported. So retrospectively, we might someday go back and clean that up. But you make a great point that we are somewhat slower than even the legislature. It's hard to imagine. Other questions or comments? Yes, Oliver again.
Sorry again. Yeah. So I think this seems like a fairly straightforward modification, and I would suggest that when the 2200 series rules are open, I think there's a good opportunity for the agency through the public comment process to suggest a minor amendment to address this issue. I don't see there being much, if any, controversy around this, and if there is, we'll hear about it during the formal public comment period. But I personally feel pretty comfortable with this as a relatively minor adjustment, and it would, I think, we have a good opportunity to remedy this issue.
Mm-hmm. Board members, just to clarify, you'll recall that when a rule is open, which the 2200 rule will is now in process. It was or will be as of the 30th of this month. There is a time during the APA process in which the public may comment, and that also includes, of course, the agency. And then the board takes those comments under advisement to make any further adjustments in the rule. You'll recall that in the 1300 and 2360 rules, we got a lot of comments and suggestions with regard to 2360, and we appointed a special committee chaired by Kim to look at those comments and make recommendations to the board on which of those additional changes to 2360 we should make. We adopted quite a lot of them before we went to the final version of the proposed rule. We would emulate that process with regard to 2220. And so this is what we're discussing here is language that would be introduced during the public comment period and then subsequently considered and probably adopted by this board. With that in mind, it's not necessary that the board take any formal action, it seems to me, on this, other than to say to the agency, it's likely that the board would look very favorably upon a recommendation to make these amendments to 2200 when the time is appropriate for doing so, which will probably be in, I think, August. Or Jennifer, you may have a better idea, September.
It is in the ICAR rulings. I think there were 3 public comment. Bear with me one second. Sorry. There are 3 public comment sessions that have been tentatively scheduled. They're all at 4 o'clock, and I think, so the first one is August 25th, the second one is September 25th, and the third one is October 13th, all at 4 o'clock.
And the public comment period closes, I think, 10 days after the last public hearing. So at any time during that period that the agency would wish to come forward, Oliver, is it your idea that the agency would prepare a recommendation in this regard?
That would be my suggestion. I would further suggest that earlier in the process the earlier in the process, the better, so that there's greater notice to the public. And this discussion by itself has been very helpful, because I think we're telegraphing to the public that this may be looked upon favorably. We're pretty clear. Cassandra's been very clear in her presentation what the objective is. So I think we're sort of inviting the public to start thinking about it now, but formally at the beginning of the APA comment period, it would be helpful for the agency to put forward a formal comment on this point, and then there'll be further opportunity for public comment if there are any concerns about it. I think that would be the best way to handle it.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver. I really applaud that recommendation. There have been times in the past when, not with this board, but in earlier incarnations, where changes have been made really kind of at the last possible moment in the public comment period, and others in the public would have wished to have had prior notice in order to comment in opposition. So Oliver's recommendation that the agency come to the board early in the public comment process, I think is excellent. And he's also correct that simply by this discussion, the board is communicating to the public that this is on the table. Tom Lovett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cassandra, I'm wondering, the language that I just saw talks about a school getting initial approval and then 10 years to get accreditation if it's seeking renewal. And I don't know the rules well enough. What is the case for somebody who already has approval and has accreditation and then perhaps loses it or is placed on warning?
So right now, it is a requirement that they have it. So if they were to lose it, it would come back before you, and they would likely, well, you would act. You would have the chance to act, because we would not. But I will be honest, that's a really good question, is that there is no process during the periods where we would review that. So that's a really good point, is that might be something else to consider, is an annual requirement, or once they reach that status, would you want some sort of assurance that they are maintaining it? I will say that the accreditors that we have strong relationships with, certainly like Anechi, they identify to us when there is a post-secondary school that's in any type of an active state of measure. But I wouldn't be able to say that confidently. The list of possible accreditors from USED is quite massive if you go on and you look at it. I don't know what their criteria exactly is, but it's quite large. So I would not say that all of them, I couldn't say that confidently, would identify to it. But I do think like Nechi would definitely reach out to us, and at that point we would notify you for your action.
Thank you. Lyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. Maybe this has already been answered by Oliver's. I like the word telegraphing comment. But is there someone waiting for a decision on this? It seems like there was a school that was concerned about this discussion. And will today's discussion telegraph enough, do we think, that they would be able to move forward if they so chose? And is this really, it doesn't sound like we can go any faster than this. Is that correct?
That is correct. Sandra?
Yeah, so we receive a number of kind of inquiries about the process, and we have had a few serious ones recently that are anxious to hear on this. They have not submitted an application. They've chosen to hold on the application because there is a fairly significant fee that is not refundable. So they're very anxious to, I think, maybe at least see the indication of where this might go at the very least, though they may decide to wait until I know they're exploring a few opportunities outside of our borders as well. So we don't have an application. There's no application sitting in wait for this, but there are a number of inquiries that are anxious for movement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer.
Well, Cassandra, to that point, I think it would be helpful, to the extent that you're getting inquiries, to let people know that we will be having public hearings on the notice. I mean, the notice is not out yet, but it will be. But, personally, I think it would be helpful to have those entities also appear during public comment, just so that we have like a full view of, different considerations.
Absolutely. I can reach back out to them. I'm sure that they may even call me after today's meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can assure you that I've received inquiries from a few entities here in Vermont, one in particular, which really wants to make it happen. And with the loss of a number of post-secondary schools over the last 18 months, it certainly would seem to be in the state's interest to welcome secondary school proponents here rather than losing them to an adjacent state, simply because the board has not been nimble enough to respond to this concern. So I'm delighted that you'll let people know. Cassandra, a question for you, and you may have answered this before, and I apologize. You've mentioned a couple times a wide range of federally approved approval and accreditation entities. Does our statute narrow that range in any way, or does our rule?
It does not. The statute's actually quite specific that it's pretty broad, which again, there is a different level of quality, though all have met the minimum bar established by USED. I mean, there is a bar, there is a process, and USED reviews them. But just like any kind of a breadth of entities, there's going to be some that have a higher level of credibility in the industry, right? So the law, the statute actually is pretty broad on that. It's anyone that's accredited either regionally, nationally, or programmatically by USED.
I'm not saying this is desirable, but if it were, is it permissible for the state board to narrow or add additional criteria to the eligibility of accrediting agencies?
I'm not sure I would be the right person to answer that. That sounds more of a legal question.
Yes.
So I would probably defer to legal. I can certainly read you the statute. I have it in front of me so that you can see how the statute is written.
Yes, if you would, please.
Sure. It's accreditation by any regional, national, or programmatic institutional accrediting agency recognized by the U.S. Department of Education.
And USED has criteria that perhaps you could make those criteria available to the board, just so we understand.
Certainly, I can send you a link
if you would
to the
do
website. Yeah.
Yeah.
That same link will fairly quickly lead you to the list of accreditors so that you can see, you'll see the regional ones that we're all more familiar with, the Midwest, the NETCHI, those, but then you'll also see that there are some that are more specific to certain types of programming.
Right. So that's a question board that you may wish to pursue further. Certainly in the secondary school universe, about which Tom and Lyle probably both know a lot about, there's an extremely wide range of accrediting entities out there, though our statute for independent schools, I believe, limits or enumerates those that are eligible? Yes, no? No.
No, not exactly.
Okay.
So there's nothing in statute with respect to secondary school accreditors. We do have within our rules an enumerated list, which is woefully out of date and is something that we will be looking to address as part of the independent schools rule. Independent School Rules Committee's update.
Understood. So just to follow up on that, Oliver, does statute say anything about allowable or permissible entities for independent schools?
I don't have the statute in front of me, but there is reference to approval by states outside of Vermont or entities, and I believe I don't have the statute in front of me, so don't quote me. Cassandra, perhaps you might have that in front of you.
Looks like she's finding it.
I'm looking. Right. So there is a separate process for independent schools that maintain accreditation. So now I'll just look to see if there's some parameters around what that accreditation might be. There's an alternative. There's an alternative path that.
Right. While she's looking, Tom, you surely can elaborate on this with your experience.
Yeah, you're right, John. There's such a wide range of accrediting agencies for secondary schools, independent secondary schools, as well as public schools. They have commissions on those as well. And many of them are pretty much a desk review without a visit. Very inexpensive, easy to get relatively. And then there are others like NEASC that are more rigorous and robust and more helpful to the schools, quite frankly. But there is a wide range. Last time I looked at statute, Oliver is right that there's something about reciprocity, for example, in approval. But I think that last time we looked at the rules, it was only in the rules that there was that list of agencies that were approved. And as Oliver said, it's been a while since that's been updated.
Thank you. So, Cassandra, I see you have the page open.
Yes, success. So it is 166B. And it says approval, meaning state board approval, may be granted without state board evaluation in the case of any school accredited by a private state or regional agency recognized by the state board for accrediting purposes, which I think is referencing that list of recognized accreditors by the state board, which I think sits outside. I might be incorrect, but I think it sits outside that 2200 series. I think it's a separate rule series. So, okay,
Exactly.
there, yes.
Yep. It's in 7,000, yep.
All right. Well, that's all very helpful. And perhaps a board and the committee can take a look at whether or not it is satisfied with existing statute and rule, or whether it wishes to make recommendations one way or another. I'm speaking now with regard to post-secondary schools and their accrediting, and what are the allowable accrediting entities. If the post-secondary accrediting entities are anything as diverse as the secondary school entities, as Tom alluded, the possible entities in the universe, there can be some very niche entities which are related to what one might call special interests, that for secondary schools, our enumeration eliminates or is intended to eliminate them. But one might think that a similar kind of fencing in of possibilities might be desirable for the post-secondary as well. But that's for you all to figure out. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I think what I'm hearing from you is a suggestion, and a very good one, that we broaden the scope of the committee that's been thus far focused on independent school rules. And as part of that, we were already looking at the kind of list of a credit and the process for recognizing third-party accreditors. Sounds like you're suggesting we broaden the scope to include a review of the post-secondary accrediting process.
If you would, please, yes.
So when we get to agenda item M, let's remember to talk about that and make an amendment to the scope of that committee.
And as Cassandra suggests, counsel to the board, which in this case is coming from the agency, can advise on the interdependence of statute and rule with regard to the post-secondary universe that is encountered by statute. Very good, very helpful. Any further thoughts about the scope or nature of the work ahead? So yes, Tom.
Just a reminder to us all when we start looking at these that one of the beauties of the Vermont education landscape is the diversity of schools, and so as much as I like certain accrediting agencies over others, there are some really good, as you said, special interest or niche organizations that accredit a certain type of school, and they're expert in that accrediting process. And just, I'd like us to be aware of that and not trim the list. Trim the list based on quality, not on diversity.
Good, good. Other comments or questions? Kim, are you able to be with us?
I am. I'm listening.
Okay, great.
I've got some Wi-Fi traffic, so I keep getting unstable network. I don't have anything to add, but I'm appreciative that we'll be telecasting or broadcasting and giving the foreshadowing of some work that we'll continue to do on our subcommittee. Thanks for checking in, John.
Good, thank you. Tom, your hand is still up. Do you have another comment, or you're all set? Any further comments or questions? Cassandra, do you have some further thoughts?
I did have one other thing just to mention to you, just to share with you a situation that we're in right now that's not impacting us, but would fairly quickly if we did have an applicant move forward, which is the statutory requirement that we seek VHEC's recommendation from you. We're having some trouble reaching out to VHEC. We've sent them many communications and we're not seeing any responses. So I just wanted to share that with you. We're fully able to continue to reach out to them, but I didn't want that to be a surprise to you at a future time that's causing a little bit of communication issues. They seem not to be responding to our requests for meetings. So not sure if I should bring that up or not, but I did.
So
there we go.
Walk me through that. So what bearing would that have on moving forward for a new proposal of a post-secondary school?
Oh, statutorily, we're required to seek their advice, which means practically that the Agency of Education would need to be under contract with them as a contracted service. The contract has expired. We've reached out to try to renew that contract so that we can be ready. We always want to be ready, at the ready to receive an application, so that's not something we're trying to do after an application comes in. And they are not responding to our requests for negotiation of that contract. So, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Cassandra, so can you just tell us a little bit about the sort of VHEC, their sort of authority, how they're constituted, who's in charge? Do they even exist at this point?
So I do believe they exist. I think so. I want to disclose there was a period of time where I briefly stepped away from the agency, and during that time, where I was not at the agency, the contact person changed. And so there was a full-time staff member named Carrie Williams-Howe who was fantastic, responsive. And I think there may have been, and this is where I really don't want to stretch out too far because I'm making a bit of an assumption, but there seems to be a slimming down on VHEC where they're utilizing also some contracted services to do their administration, and that may be it. But I don't want to go too far out. But I do have contact names and working hard to reach out to them
So this may be a stupid question, but tell me about VHEC. What's their, are they a membership organization? Were they constituted by the legislature? Who are they?
So I don't believe that they're set up by the legislature, but I also probably am not that familiar with how they are organized. So I don't know that I would want to say that, but they are independent of the state, and we do use a contract to engage their services. But they are statutorily named. It is a hardened requirement of statute that not only do you seek advice of it's that you seek advice from the VHEC.
But who are they answerable to? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand is their structure. Are there?
I think I'd have to get back to you. I want to share anything I do know, but I also want to be very open about what I don't. And I think that's probably reaching into something that I don't know well enough to comment.
I mean, it just sounds like may need to figure out who has oversight and reach out to those folks if they're not being responsive because they have a statutory obligation and they're not meeting it and it's impeding your progress here. That's not a good thing.
We certainly are doing all of that. And when I spoke to our general counsel the other day, we just decided it might be a good opportunity as we were having a discussion about post-secondary, just to mention that we're having some struggles there. I definitely don't feel that we're out of options, but when you think about what would be the best case is if we got an application in really soon, that would be another stopping point right now as of today. But we're working on it. I definitely don't want anyone to think that we don't know what our next steps are. I just wanted to be transparent.
Thank you. Dan, do you have anything to add to this conversation about VHEC?
No, I just, in the chat area, I did post a link to their website, so it gives you a sense of who's on their board of directors. And I just want to highlight the communication issues today, but I'm confident we'll work them out.
Good.
Yes, I am too.
Kathy Lavoie, you have a comment or question?
Actually, Dan did the same thing. I went on their website. It does appear as if their membership and so forth stops in 2019 to 2020. So I don't know if that's an indicator, but everything on there ends in 2020 for announcements.
Thank you. I may be, probably am confused, but I frequently receive mailings from an organization that I think calls itself VHEC. And these are email notices of courses that are being offered in special topics. And my impression is that they are for educators in special topics. Lyle, maybe that resonates for you.
Yeah, there's the Vermont Higher Ed Collaborative, and that is the organization that you're referring to. And then there is this other VHEC.
Those are different.
There is a difference. Two different organizations.
Oh, okay.
both based in Montpelier.
Thank you, Lyle. Okay, well, Cassandra, you'll dig into this and you'll let us know when you know more. And if you want to simply, well, you can work it out with the next chair as to how you communicate this further information going forward. That would certainly seem like something the board has an interest in, if only because the board has an interest in there being a smooth way forward for an enterprise that wishes to start a post-secondary school in Vermont, and we have an interest in facilitating that. And anything that's an obstacle, I think the board would at least like to know about, even if we can't do much about.
Thank you. Absolutely. And I did take note that I'm going to send you a link to US Ed on a bunch of information on their accrediting process, the list, and all of that good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan, do you have anything further to add to this discussion? Okay.
No.
Cassandra, it's very helpful. Thank you very much. And you can convey to those who wish to know the board is getting up to speed. And there is a freight train going by that we intend to hobo onto, and are prepared to, probably will be prepared to put some language on that, all of which would go into effect under law Jennifer helped me with the schedule on this. I think it would be probably March of next year. That is to say, within a reasonable time period, these procedural obstacles may well be resolved.
Great. I will make sure to communicate that whenever we have an inquiry, and it will certainly, I think, assist in the conversation. It gets tempered pretty quick currently, so that's great.
Right. Very good. Thank you again, Cassandra and Dan, and board members. Thank you all. Our next topic is item H in the agenda, which is an end of legislative session wrap up with Secretary French. You have received, and I'm sure committed to memory, a long and very comprehensive memorandum of all of the education-related legislation. It's about 7 pages worth of description, some of which directly impact the board, but I leave it, Dan, we have plenty of time, so I leave it to you to determine what scope of presentation you wish to make.
Yeah, I would just say by introduction, this is not everything. This is a summary of them. I would call it major education policy initiatives. In particular, there were a number of issues addressed in the budget bill that are more focused on the recovery dollars that are coming in and how those align with recovery planning and so forth. We didn't seek to summarize those here, but I will put that on your radar that they are pretty important. But I'm happy to go through this any way you would like. I can take you through step by step, or assuming you've committed this to memory, I'm open to answering any questions or having a discussion about them.
Well, let's have you walk through it, especially with attention to matters that either involve or the board ought to be particularly aware of, please.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll follow the outline in the document and then sort of pause after each one, and I'll make some editorial comments around the bill to sort of color in some of the dialogue and rationale. The first one is H106, Community Schools and School Nutrition. I'll speak firstly about community schools. This is an initiative that emerged nationally, particularly from the National Education Association. Predates the pandemic as an initiative. The idea is of a model where social services and education services are integrated and often delivered on site inside a school. Often during the legislative session, you heard a reference to the Molly Stark School in Bennington as an example of an integrated or community school model. So that's what this initiative attempts to expand and to incentivize in Vermont. So that's, from our perspective, something that fits with the recovery work, but it's also something we were, in our commentary on it, really want to insist that it's situated inside the recovery work and not in a competing initiative to it. But I think one of our goals early on with recovery was to identify that we would like to see a better integration of social and education services in the landscape, and particularly see that develop on a region by region basis in the state, so that all regions have an articulated system of service delivery that includes education and other social services. The other part of the bill pertains to school nutrition. These are student meal programs. The topic of student meals, was present throughout this session, and as it was previously, as Vermont trying to move closer to universal meals in the state, and then figuring out how to pay for that. I think the recovery conversation sort of superseded that conversation to a certain extent, because the federal government has essentially enacted universal meals this year, and then the spring extended the waiver by which we would do that through the summer. So that took some of the wind out of the sails on that conversation to a certain extent. But there's also a specific program where we are essentially a national leader, which is, I'll call it farm to school, but this is the piece that's in here about using local foods, something that the legislature was interested in incentivizing. So that's a program that's included. And then at the very end, you'll see a task force to study, continue to study how to move towards universal meals at some point. So why don't I pause there? I'm happy to, discuss this or answer questions. Or maybe
I see Oliver has his hand up. Oliver?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. So it appears this is essentially a pilot program funded through with ESSER funds. Is the long-term thinking here that if this does continue beyond the pilot stage, that it's going to be fully funded out of the Ed Fund, or is it going to be a combination of the Ed Fund and global commitment funds for this? I'm particularly thinking of the social service aspects of this.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Just in terms of sort of the narrative, telling the story is, firstly, where does this initiative come from? It comes from something that predates the pandemic and certainly predates the appropriations from the federal government and the ESSER program. Just to recap, ESSER are the federal dollars that are focused on pandemic relief in education. So in many cases in this legislative session, there were examples where the legislature had an initiative and then found money through the ESSER funding to sort of advance that initiative, in this case, a pilot program. I don't know if there's a plan for sustaining this initiative after that. I think my interpretation of a pilot would be to then see the results of a pilot before contemplating further expansion. I think where we, we, the agency and the administration, were in agreement with this, again, as we see a desired result through the recovery work and the use of ESSER funds to create a better integration of social and education services. So we saw that consistent in an appropriate use of the funds. So we thought a pilot would be useful in that regard. But we have a lot of work to do. As I mentioned previously, with recovery, one of our focus areas is social emotional learning. As I mentioned, issues of labor relations, I would say not labor relations, labor shortages, workforce issues. Those workforce issues are apparent in social service delivery as well. So we have a lot of work to do in partnership with Department of Mental Health and other state agencies to work on the recovery. So we see this space as being consistent, so I think this will be a useful pilot, and maybe some new models will emerge that would be interested in scaling later on, but the future of that is not anticipated here, and neither was a future funding source.
But I guess when you characterize it as a pilot, given the nature of what we're piloting and this sort of the social service component of this program, would you agree there's really no way to evaluate the efficacy of something like this over 2 years, and realistically, you're only really going to have a year, because if you're going to extend it beyond the second year, you need to start work on designing it in almost at the end of year one, and you're just not going to be able to see any results for many years. Would you agree?
Yeah, again, I'm just trying to share information with you.
Yeah.
I think it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. To your question about how to sustain the funding on it, I'll talk to you in a minute about, and I think you're aware, there's certain expenditures that are permissible to come out of the Ed Fund. And part of the rationale with Act 173, actually, there was, in part of the UVM study behind it, there was a contention that perhaps we're using the education fund to subsidize indirectly mental health services, and schools are likely provisioning those services indirectly through special education. So this gets into some murky area in terms of use of the Ed Fund, and we'll have to go down that path, because I think, on the other hand, integrated service delivery is probably the path forward for most rural states, that can't afford to staff. I'll say, like, if you could envision a Department of Mental Health office in every community or every county in Vermont, with our rural landscape, it's hard to not look at issues and opportunities for integration to leverage the existing state infrastructure, of which I would qualify schools as being part of. So,
Jennifer Samuelson.
Yes, I'm curious with H106, when you talk about the universal school meals and the local foods incentive grants, is that just for the community schools, or are those grants being offered to all schools?
All schools. They're essentially unrelated, but packaged into one bill.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Kathy, you had your hand up. Are you satisfied at this point?
I am, but I would add that Oliver brought up the concern that I had, and my gosh, 20 years ago, when I was in House Ed, we discussed the funding of human service needs that are in our schools through the Ed Fund, and whether or not that not only was allowed, but also should it be on the back of property taxes and how we fund school education. So I think that would be my only concern, not a concern of meeting those needs, but rather the funding source.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. So, Dan, on to your next topic, please.
The next one is H-289, which pertains to the Office of Professional Regulations, handling a last part of an appeal process that was previously ended up at a state board. And there's, not to get into it too much, but there are multiple layers of appeal in the teacher licensing disciplinary process. And this was one of our takeaways from a case that did end up before the state board in my tenure as secretary, where the state board heard a final appeal, essentially. And it was the observation of both the Secretary of State's office and ours that there already were a couple layers in that process, but the final process would be more effectively administered on the state's perspective if it was done under sort of the umbrella organization that handles all professional appeals at that layer, and that's the Office of Professional Regulation, meaning that they regularly staff these kinds of appeals. And you might remember what that experience was for those of you who were on the state board. We had to ramp up a process to staff that because it's not something the board handles regularly. So from the state's perspective, we thought that would be more effective and efficient to shift over to the Office of Professional Regulation, which handles all those appeals for all areas in which they supervise the regulations for licensing.
Makes sense.
Any other comments or questions on that?
I would just observe parenthetically that the attorney that the board retained, frankly, on recommendation of the agency, was an attorney with experience in OPR cases, and very, very helpful to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'll go on. School facilities. This is obviously going to more complex area, I think, in terms of direct involvement for the board. And again, I would say similar in my narrative, similar to the Community Schools Initiative. This is an area of policy interest that predates the pandemic. I think you're all aware we've had a moratorium on school construction aid in Vermont going back to about 2007. And, that program essentially provided universal or statewide program for school construction. And if a school district was interested in pursuing state involvement and reimbursement for those costs, there was a process, requirements for planning and so forth, and a methodology by which a project was approved for state funding. And the state approved approximately 30% of the cost of doing one of those projects. So we've had a moratorium on that since 2007. So there's been a lot of policy interest in how to resurrect interest in a way, and frankly, finding money to address what is now accumulated school construction issues in the state. On top of that, and I haven't gotten to the pandemic yet. This is all part of my pre-pandemic narrative. We also have, as you know, lead in drinking water, PCBs, And certainly in the pandemic, there's been a lot of emphasis on HVAC and indoor air quality and so forth. So that all these issues came to a head. I'd been working on and off with a group of school architects and the Vermont Superintendents Association to try to find a path forward. Last session, our path forward was to promote a study to essentially do an inventory of the condition of our school facilities, so we at least have that information to guide our decision making. That didn't make it into law last year, so that was brought forward again this year, but this year was in the context of the pandemic with a renewed emphasis on indoor air quality in particular, particularly since now there was funding involved through the ESSER funding again, which school construction and facilities issues are permissible use of those funds, provided they're attached somewhat to the pandemic, meaning COVID-19. And I would also throw in that we had a pretty high profile situation in Burlington High School with PCBs that forced the school to relocate essentially in the middle of the pandemic. So all those things came together with renewed interest, and that ended up in essentially what is 426. There's pieces of what was previous policy initiative ideas around doing an assessment brought together with some new thinking around the pandemic, and also thinking a bit about the likelihood or not of a significant federal influx of dollars relative to infrastructure that's being debated in Congress right now. So positioning the system in a place that if we were to receive a significant amount of federal dollars, that we'd be essentially, like, I only use the phrase shovel ready, but we'd have a better understanding of the needs statewide as opposed to just sort of admiring the problem. We'd have a little more quantification. So in here are study, assessment, but then there's a particular aspect of this that pertains to our regulations. When I say our regulations, there was some give and take on that issue, whether the board would be charged with the I would call very, very technical, probably more technical than special ed rules to update its construction standards by which that 30% program that I referred to, the methodology behind that, square footage and so forth, was determined. So that was shifted to the agency to contract that out. So that's included here as well. So they would like us to make some progress on updating our regulations. Again, sort of heading towards that shovel-ready disposition, assuming that money is found. I will just sort of end my commentary to say there's no new money found for this problem. We're using ESSER funding as sort of.
Dan, you have just
cut out.
Cut out. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just go back on that last sentence, please.
I was just going to conclude my remarks to say am my bandwidth okay?
Okay.
Yeah. There's no new money here to sort of resurrect the school construction program as we knew it previously. We're leveraging sort of one-time funding through the ESSER program to make some progress towards dealing with the issue of school facilities, but that's a big issue. And there's a big amount of work out there that's not just construction, it's what we would call deferred maintenance issues as well. And certainly since 2007, if you can remember what that time was like, that was right when we were starting to realize the demographic challenges that we were facing, and that started to manifest itself in the school funding formula, meaning declining enrollments and so forth. So this is a big policy issue of concern. This gets us moving in the general direction by leveraging some one-time federal dollars. It sets some things in motion to help us understand what the conditions are. It's our regulations ready, but it doesn't solve the long-term issue of what to do about it once we get that information. I think there's a hope here that we will have federal dollars coming at some point.
So just to add to that a little bit, board, the so-called capital outlay funding formula is a part of the rule regarding school construction. And it's not really a funding formula as much as it is a specification for the size of facilities that shall be required for schools that are to qualify for state aid. That is, how many square feet in the library and so forth. You recall I talked to you about this quite a while ago. And your sense was, gee, do we want to get into those woods? And so I went back to the Senate and House committees and asked them to please have this handled entirely by the agency. For some reason, in the course of things, I think a little bit got lost in the translations. And so still, even though the agency will retain the contractor, let me just back up. All of this work requires the consultation of an engineering firm or architectural firm that has great current expertise in school building standards. This is not information that's presently available in the agency or expertise, nor is it certainly on the state board. So we made it very clear that to do this work would require funding. We estimated $100,000. That was confirmed informally by one of the architectural engineering firms. And it was our thought that the funding would go to the agency and the agency would oversee this work. And that the agency would produce the new capital outlay funding formula. However, Dan, it seems to me that the language has gotten slightly confusing so that it looks like the board has continues to have the official authority to adopt the rule, i.e. the capital outlay funding formula, but you have the obligation, the agency, to retain a consulting firm to advise the board. Is that roughly about right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. This is a summary of legislation. I should have mentioned in my introductory comments, we'll be spending the next couple of weeks inside the agency really unpacking statutory initiatives and putting them on a calendar and sort of setting them out up as projects. So we'll start to unpack these things a little more closely. So I think they were also very cognizant of the piece of work that's outlined in the miscellaneous ed bill about looking at the regulations and that the agency and the board would be charged with doing a review of the regulatory construct overall. And this is a piece of that work. So right. I think there's plenty of opportunity to sort that out.
Yeah. So it's just by way of saying to you, board members, some of you had been very concerned about us getting into the weeds on this, and I understand that and did my best to get us out of the weeds, but I don't think I succeeded completely. I think that and as Dan said, I think perhaps people were on the legislature were uneasy about striking a new configuration about who's doing what rules. Pending a conversation that needs to happen between the agency and the board. So there's going to be some obligations there for the state board, but you will have available to you, I think, a very capably qualified engineering consultant who will do kind of all the heavy lifting. That's certainly the plan that both Dan and I have in mind. Dan, continue, please.
Okay, we're all set on 426. It's a big policy issue for the state. I mean, as I've observed, as we really get into issues of equity and quality, which is sort of the essential function of the state in education, it's brings us closer into the issue of school facility condition, which I think are foundational, excuse the pun, but conditions of facilities are directly related to conditions for learning, and it's something that is going to become a major issue. I think, in fairness to Vermont, it's a concern nationally as well. Let's talk about S13, the pupil weighting factors report. Significant aspect coming out of Act 173 was the commission, the weighting study, as we call it. And under S13, the legislature, I think, enacted a broader charge to a task force than just to look at implementing the weights. This task force has certainly, I think, been charged to review the pupil weighting report and to come back to the General Assembly with a plan on how to address the concerns raised by the pupil weighting report. But it also gives the task force broader sort of charge to look at all of education funding, including the use of categorical grants and so forth, to address issues of equity. So this will be a significant policy initiative in many ways that gets at the heart of the education funding system and therefore the education system itself. So this is a very significant piece of legislation and has significant implications for the whole education system. No questions? Okay.
I would just observe that this committee that was put together, this task force, the core of it, of course, was members from House and Senate, Finance, Ways and Means, and Education, and had originally included both the secretary and the chair of this board. I didn't watch closely at the end, but for some reason, Dan and I were kicked out of the meeting, and probably they wanted to just get more done. So we are a bit of spectators on this, although they are obliged to consult with us.
Yeah, I didn't really have a track of that at the end either. We were participating on a technical level with a lot of these deliberations, and certainly I've testified on several occasions encouraging them to take up the work. But how they ended up actually bringing it in for a landing was not necessarily clear to me. But I think, again, it's, if I were to point out some, in this list, in this summary document of things that are really important to the education system, this is probably one of the more critical elements enacted.
Yeah.
Okay, S16.
Dan, before you go farther, I see Tom Lovett has a comment or question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan, what's the timeline? How does this mesh with Act 173 and that timeline implementation?
Yeah, I mean, 173 is basically moving forward. The timeline, to move to a block grant. That's set going forward. The issue here, one of the policy considerations that was surfaced in 173, as they were looking at the special ed finance system, which again is currently on a reimbursement model, was to what extent, if we move to a block grant, should there be some accommodation built into that block grant calculation that would reflect differences in the numbers of students with disabilities in each district, meaning that should the block grant consider a district that had large numbers of students with disabilities? Should there be some weight, if you will, in the block grant? And I think the weighting study pointed to saying, firstly, this is a major policy question that should be answered by the General Assembly, and it is on the table for the task force to look at. Again, the task force is given sort of a broader charge than just looking at the weights. This is one of the questions that they've been charged to sort of review. But I think also the weighting study pointed towards if in particular, if the poverty weight was accurate, quote unquote, inside the regular funding system, then that would be sufficient to address essentially the issue of equity from a special ed perspective. There is some correlation between special education and poverty rates. But I think there was also acknowledgement inside the weighting study report that there's a lot of murkiness in there in terms of how, as we already talked in this meeting, how districts qualify kids for special ed varies. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the middle there that doesn't make that correlation very strong. So sort of the weighting study pointed to, if the economic or the socioeconomic weight inside the regular funding system was working properly, that's probably going to take care of the issue. You can't wait for everything inside a funding formula. So if you address that, and also included, as you know, in the weighting proposal was issues of sparsity or ruralness. So, they found a balance there, I think, that would address things. But that essential question still is on the table. So I don't see, there could be a modification made to the calculation of the block grant, but not implementation timeline towards the block grant itself. If that's helpful. Okay.
Yes, Dan.
Okay, so I'll move to S16, equitable inclusive school environments. Specific focus here on exclusionary discipline. So there's a task force to review that. This, to provide some background on this came at sort of two different directions. On the one hand, this is also a policy initiative, particularly on discipline, that predates this legislative session. It's been on the table for many years, actually, to review our disciplinary processes in schools, and largely, from my perspective, initiated by looking at some trends, disturbing trends in national data. When we try to seek confirmation of those trends in Vermont data, one of the conclusions is, well, maybe we don't have enough data, or maybe the trend isn't apparent in Vermont. At any rate, this has been a long-standing concern for some advocates, so that was brought forward this session. On a parallel track, the agency introduced and the administration introduced a broader, I would argue, policy initiative around racial equity based on some of the national conversations and tensions we've seen in our country over the past year. So we put on the table a larger initiative that included as a subtopic exclusionary discipline issues. The General Assembly ultimately decided to focus on that topic alone and not take on the larger issue. And essentially what you have in here is a task force, a study to review that. You do have I would say a ban on suspension and expulsion for younger students, provided that reason wasn't based on an imminent threat of harm or danger to others in school. But we'll be looking at studying the issue and looking at the data in Vermont and bringing forward some recommendations. Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Literacy reform. This was an initiative that was brought forward by the agency last year, an outgrowth of our work in 173. The studies behind Act 173 identified very clearly that Vermont needs to focus on improving its literacy outcomes. And the result of that was not necessarily our recommendation, but they had an interest in, I would say, providing boots on the ground professional development. And that takes shape here in the form of some grants and technical assistance. Again, here's another initiative that started pre-pandemic. During this legislative session, found funding through the ESSER program. So this is consistent with learning loss, quote unquote. That's a required or permissible use under ESSER funds. So this was the response, was to sort of marry a pre-pandemic policy initiative with ESSER funds to leverage the opportunity to make some progress on improving literacy outcomes. Also establishes a statewide literacy council, an advisory council on literacy. So we'll have that up and running as well. Okay. Lastly, the miscellaneous ed bill. I'm gonna skip through. I'd be happy to talk about any of the specific ones. I think the big one for the board is the policy work, as we alluded to. So this is the joint study between the agency and the state board about restructuring roles and relationships. And basically, the requirement is for us to come back with a report on some recommendations on how this should proceed. So that's in the miscellaneous ed bill. I think that's the biggest piece relative to the board's work. But I'd be happy to talk about that issue or any of the other ones that are in there.
And so, board, that is a piece that you will be actively engaged in with the agency over the next several months, with an expectation that there will be a joint report of shared conclusions furnished to the General Assembly at the end of the year. Board members, do you have any questions or comments further for the topics that Dan has spoken about? Right.
I would, if I could,
yes,
I would just provide just sort of a bookend commentary on the context as we started our conversation today, looking at the stress of the system or where students are at in terms of credit recovery, and then sort of talking about the opportunities in remote learning. The pandemic has loosened up the system in a lot of ways, but coincidentally, we have a number of other forces and trends that were starting to percolate, and maybe we've used the word exacerbated a bit, have been attenuated, such as our demographic challenges, workforce challenges, and so forth. But if you consider, for those of you who've been on the board, and John, so I guess my parting shot to you as chair, as you mentioned, you're a survivor or a medal wearer of Act 46. Having gone through that process, which we would argue hadn't seen anything like that in 100 years, right, since the vicious acts of the 1880s, and one would expect that would be the most momentous thing we would take on in the education policy space, in 100 years. So therefore, we were done. But then you admire the context that we're in now. Certainly, the post-pandemic, unprecedented global pandemic, but then you contemplate setting that aside for a minute, just looking at the major policy initiatives in play in our education system around education quality and equity, whether it be facilities, the finance system, dealing with fundamental issues of racial inequality. There's a lot going on in this space right now. So good luck in your retirement. And I look forward to working with the board on these issues. I forgot to mention fundamentally modifying the regulatory construct of the entire system. But other than that, there should be a lot of interesting work in the days ahead. Look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. I see Kim has a comment or question.
Thanks, John, and thanks, Dan. Just it's a general statement. I appreciate the format of the legislative update, and just in thinking forward and ahead, the legislative session is so busy and moves so quickly. I don't know, Dan, if this is a report that your office puts out regularly. I know the VSBA, VSA collaborative, that group has regular legislative updates when the session is in, and those 5 or 6 minute blog posts are terrifically helpful. So I just sort of put that out there as something for us to think about for the next session. And if it's not something Dan's office does regularly, maybe we make sure that everybody has the link to following the other updates. Do you do these regularly, Dan, or is this an end of session thing?
Yeah, this is this specific document was essentially commissioned by the board. I think, I've seen a different pattern since I've been on the board where, the agency would provide those updates to the board. I think there's also been times when the board was doing its own updates. So it can go either way. We certainly, we're actively involved, and we're happy to do that as directed. Or if you had a specific policy issue you'd want us to comment on, we're happy to do that.
Yeah, when I first joined the board 4 years ago, we received weekly updates during the session from essentially the legislative liaison for the agency. And I believe those updates were written primarily for agency leadership and shared with the board. And they were very informative because, as Kim says, things move and change very rapidly, and other things stayed very stuck. And it's hard to keep track of all the moving parts. It's best served when there's somebody in the building who's dropping in on committee meetings on a regular basis and reporting this to the agency. And so it's not something the board can require of anybody to do. If the board had staff, it could do it. But it's been that used to be very helpful to the board to know. There also, at one time, was a so-called legislative committee of the board, but basically it relied upon what the agency was furnishing to it for information.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of activity. I think it was a lot of activity left over from a time when the board created policy, right? So and that the agency was charged with keeping the board informed or enacting the board's policies in the legislature. So it's one of those transitionary elements again, where a lot of what we've been doing is integrating education policy with the broader policy initiatives of the administration, and to extent there's alignment with the board's interest or not, that's always a source of tension. But there's also been, I think, in this session, renewed confirmation that the board's role is not to create education policy.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dan. Board members, we're
blog.
Kim,
It's open to all. So that's just, we can deal with it next spring, but there are bodies that are capturing updates regularly that might be with us versus an additional resource.
Right, thank you. So are there any further comments or questions on this topic? Dan, thank you very much for this legislative update. It's very comprehensive, very helpful. Now, board members, we are at break time. We're slightly behind schedule, but that's okay. We would like to start reconvene. Yes, Oliver?
Yeah, I think we were going to do Sabina's resolution now, if I recall.
We did that.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. Yep, never mind.
So, sorry for the background.
Sabina did Sabina did have an opportunity to open her token of our appreciation from her fellow board members and a special contribution from the governor's office. So.
Great. Good. So in any case, board members, let us adjourn for now and recess for now, and we will resume at 12:45 on item J. 12:45 sharp, please. In the meantime, please turn off your audio and your video. Thank you very much. Welcome to our council, George Belcher. Always nice to see you, sir. Thank you for being with us. All right, board, let's reconvene then. And on our agenda is item J, which pertains to receiving the report of the secretary. Mr. Secretary, we're all yours.
Oh, good afternoon. I'll introduce Mr. Stafford here in a second. I'm going to provide some introductory remarks to the documents that are in your packet. But I thought I'd just recap a little bit and provide a bit of a timeline and also some rationale for my decision making that led into my conclusion. So in June 2020, the agency learned from the Department of Children and Families, DCF, that Kern-Hatton was no longer going to be licensed as a residential treatment program. And then in this September, DCF sent a letter to Kern-Hatton indicating that it had closed the license. And it's around that time frame where we started to see the news coverage describing historical sexual abuse cases that occurred at the school over several decades. And I just wanted to reiterate that the agency, I think you're aware, does not investigate child abuse or crimes. Child abuse is investigated by DCF or law enforcement. However, particularly the findings of the DCF report were concerning to us relative to some areas of our regulatory authority, including our requirement for background checks and mandatory reporting. And it's based on these concerns that I appointed a team to review the operations of Kern-Hatton as per state board rule, and to consider if any action regarding their approval status as an independent school would be warranted. We had no immediate concern for the safety of students at the school, and as our review concluded, Kern-Hatton concurrently provides a safe and healthy environment for students. Our regulatory interests pertain to the current administrative oversight of the school, including potential lack of supervision of staff and students and the lack of staff training. We limited our review to the time frame of the current executive director's tenure because the focus was on that administration of the school, and the executive director's tenure began in 2015. So the focus of our review is 2015 forward. Based on what I perceived to be the germane regulatory issues of concern, I appointed a team with the necessary experience, qualifications, and expertise to perform a thorough review. The review team members included Twilla Perry, who's, I believe she's retiring now, but she's the outgoing head of Linden Institute, experienced independent school administrator and Vermont educator. Bill Bates, who's the AOE CFO. He's a CPA, former auditor, including having done some auditing in school districts. Deb Ormsby, I think many of you know, who's our lead independent school coordinator at the AOE. Claire O'Shaughnessy, who's on our legal team. And the team was led by Bob Stafford, who has extensive experience conducting investigations. He's our lead investigator at the agency. Has extensive experience working with our regulations, coordinating with DCF and law enforcement. And Bob is good enough to join us today. So Bob, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and giving the board a sense of your background and qualifications to lead this investigation.
Mr. Stafford, I think you're muted.
No, on the teams, there you go.
Yep. Well, I have a switch on my headset. I must have hit the wrong one, so I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm Bob Stafford. I've worked for the Agency of Education since 2014, primarily doing investigations involving licensed educators throughout the state. But prior to that, I had 40 years of law enforcement, 10 years with the Vermont State Police, where I was not only a road trooper, but I also investigated in an investigative role, homicide, sexual assaults. I worked undercover for a number of years, was on the SWAT team, governor's security detail. I've been a police chief in 2 states, Vermont, New Hampshire, and prior to retiring from full-time law enforcement, I was the assistant director and then was the commandant of the New Hampshire Police Academy, their full-time academy, their part-time academy, and their corrections academy. I'm a graduate of the University of Vermont. I'm a graduate of the Vermont State Police Academy. I'm also a graduate of the New Hampshire Police Academy and the FBI National Academy. I've, as you can imagine, have done numerous investigations, not only criminally, but also in an administrative role for internal investigations, and also been asked to do investigations from other agencies pertaining to employee issues or any issue that may arise. So that's who I am.
Thanks, Bob.
You're welcome.
So that was the team. And as you know, I am not recommending any action against Kern Hatton relative to its approval status. I reached that conclusion after considering the findings of the review, which is in your packet. In particular, I thought I'd highlight a couple of things that influenced my decision-making. Firstly, I have a great deal of confidence in the expertise and judgment of our team, including Mr. Stafford, to do their work. Secondly, Kern Hatton was very responsive to the review and actually began to implement procedures and improvements to their administrative processes as a result of the review. Specifically, they've addressed issues of the quantity and the quality of staff training in areas such as mandatory reporting. They revised policies and developed new ones. They revised their records management system to better connect with.
Dan, I think we've lost you.
Their capacity to supervise their programs. But lastly, based on my experience and professional judgment, I believe the scope and thoroughness of the review was appropriate to the concerns and our regulations, and the response of the school to the review was satisfactory relative to its findings. That being said, the agency will be conducting 2 follow-up reviews of the school as a follow-up to ensure the school is following through with these changes. And I will point out in the review report, it did highlight in the limitations section some issues that I think the board should consider in terms of improving our current regulatory construct. And I think those items in particular should be a focus of board consideration as it embarks on modifications to the independent school rules. So why don't I end my introductory remarks there? I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Before we get to that, thank you, Dan. Board, I want to just refresh your recollection of the, if you will, ground rules for this conversation. I wrote to you 10 days ago about this, and I just want to read to you from the language of my communication to you. General questions regarding the procedure that the Secretary's team followed are certainly appropriate, as are questions to ensure that the Secretary properly followed Rule 222.8. It's also appropriate to engage in a discussion as to how this investigation might inform the amendments to the Rule 2200 which are currently under consideration by the board's working group for this purpose. So that's the scope of the kind of conversation that's constructive here. And so with that, the floor is open to the members to inquire of the Secretary in response to his initial presentation. We'll hear subsequently, I believe, from Mr. Stafford, and you'll have an opportunity to inquire of him as well. Oliver, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So question for the agency. Can you, two-part question, can you tell us when the school is up for reapproval, renewal of approval status, the date that is due by, and if you anticipate or expect that there will be an on-site visit as part of that review process?
I don't have that specific information with me. We do, as one of our follow-up items, we will be conducting an on-site visit this spring. So that's going to happen regardless of the renewal process, but I can get back to you on where they are relative to that process.
Oliver, I can answer your question to the extent that I have in front of me a copy of the 19 June 2017 approval of the Kern-Hatton homes. And the approval is for 5 years, through June 30th, 2022. So unless the agency or the board is slow in following up, that is to say, unless the agency, if the school fails to comply with the requirements of our rules to support a reapproval examination, its approval would expire on the 30th of June, 2022. Oliver, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just a follow-up comment to that. So one thing I just want to put on the table as I'm thinking about this, we are in the early stages, or we will shortly be initiating changes to our rules, to our 2200 series rules. And one of the changes that will be moving forward is a requirement that independent schools with a residential component will need to be will need to have accreditation from a third party, an approved third party accreditor. So just not looking necessarily for a response, but I just want to put that on the table as something that will, I think there's a strong likelihood, assuming that the rulemaking goes forward as planned, that rule will be in effect before this upcoming renewal. So that may have some bearing on the approval process.
Okay. Thank you, Oliver. I'm sorry, I don't know which came first. Lyle, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. For all the right reasons, this was a very robust investigation, and thank you for that. Is there a reason why there is not an on-site visit until 10 months from now, 9 months from now? Is there a reason that it's not taking place in the fall?
Largely due to the COVID dynamics, and we have, we have to ensure that we can get out and visit places. So we did want to put a mechanism in place for this fall, which is essentially some assurance from them that they're implementing the procedures. And that's, again, the focus of our review was on those administrative procedures, which are germane to our regulation. So we think essentially that assurance and I'll say remote super oversight this fall is sufficient to ensure compliance, but we did want to get out there at some point. So we're scheduling that no later than the spring.
Jennifer Samuelson.
Well, this is, I feel like I'm, carrying the thread here. I mean, I think there's a common concern maybe on behalf of some of the board members about the inability to conduct a site visit. Understandably, we are emerging from a pandemic that I think has made everything more challenging than it might otherwise be. But, that to me, I would have loved to have seen a site visit. I'm guessing that that's probably the way things usually work when you're investigating a school. But I would love clarification on that. And then my question really is, with regard to the site visit that's planned for the spring of 2022, my understanding is it's just for you to review the policies and procedures. Will that also include interviews with students and staff?
Yeah, and I think to follow through on the thread here, we are limited to the scope of our authority based on what the regulations point to. So, that's the other. The review process itself, as I mentioned in my conclusion, matches the regulatory authority that we have. So yes, we're interested in doing a site visit, but looking at our regulatory authority, we also feel fairly comfortable that we can ensure that the school is making good progress in improving its administrative oversight of its operations.
I'm sorry, but will you be interviewing students and staff as part of that review in the spring?
If it's necessary to ensure our regulatory oversight, we will.
Is John still there?
All right. Oliver, yes, go ahead, Oliver.
Thanks. So just to continue the thread one more lap here, just to break, I want to sort of get confirmation of my understanding of the regulatory construct here, and that is one of the main pieces of concern here is the policies and controls in place at the school to ensure that mandatory reporting is followed through on, background checks are done. But I think, as the secretary indicated, it's not the agency's responsibility to investigate actual incidents or allegations of abuse of any kind. That falls under the purview of DCF and law enforcement. And if part of the confusion in all of this is that the license for the residential program, which was handled by DCF, that expired. I think there's some confusion about whether it was revoked or whether it was voluntary, whatever. Bottom line is it expired. And I think that led to some concern that there was no oversight. But I think the agency's oversight is around policies and procedures around mandatory reporting, assuming those protocols are in place and they're working. If there's an allegation made, it's directed to DCF and, if appropriate, law enforcement, and they still have oversight and responsibility for following through and investigating any allegations of abuse. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
So I think the question, just to go back to Ms. Samuelson's point, is the crux of the issue that I think has come before us with this investigation is around the policies, the procedures, the protocols, the internal controls around making sure that when there are concerns, that mandatory reporters are in fact reporting those concerns. And it would seem to me the only true way to test that is to speak with the students themselves and staff and identify whether anything has fallen through the cracks. And I think that's sort of where my question is, and where I think a site visit and some interviews with staff and students to sort of verify that those enhanced protocols are actually working would be really, I think, helpful to understand.
Yeah, I would just say that I agree. A site, purpose of the site visit would be to ensure the protocols are working. To what extent it's necessary to interview students to do that or not, we'd certainly reserve that option, but I'm not convinced that it's absolutely necessary. I would point again to your line of questioning to the limitations section of the report. And I think part of the challenge here is dual agency oversight and where the boundaries are. We have information sharing, agreements with DCF on some of these issues. So though they're often the point agency on some of these things, we're getting information which feeds into our regulatory oversight. We're very acquainted and comfortable with that relationship. But if the board reviewing its regulations sees that there's room for improvement there, that would be a separate question. But we will, continue to seek assurance under what our review has indicated as some operational deficiencies. We suspect and we know the school has made great progress in addressing some of those, but we would like to see confirmation on the ground that they're being actually enacted in a consistent manner.
Thank you. Lyle Jepson, comment or question?
Yes, thank you. I understand the scope of the agency's ability to control the situation or review. Thank you for that. Are we aware of follow-up from any other agency where there will be interviews of students and staff, aside from the Agency of Education?
I don't believe I can comment on that, whether I knew or not, but just, I provide you assurance that that information sharing does occur when it's appropriate for us to have access to that information. Obviously, these are also issues of significant sensitivity to the victims as well as the school. So it's critical that that be acknowledged.
Thank you. Tom Lovett.
Dan, do you know where the school stands in its NEASC process? And has NEASC sent an on-site visit as part of this initial accreditation? Or do they plan to now that the pandemic restrictions are lifting?
I don't know where they are since the fall. As you might be aware, they put some of their process on hold as a result of the accusations, and certainly the pandemic, I'm sure, has delayed many of their oversight functions. But I'm not sure where they are relative to the school. I'm no doubt they were looking at the results of our process as well, but I haven't heard from them since. I don't know if we have further information on that.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions from board members? Dan, I want to just ask you to help me understand what seems to me to be sort of an ambiguity in the stated scope of your work. I'm looking at page 6 of the report, in which you state the review team believed in the context of a residential school where the majority of the students are residential students, the educational program, which of course is the ambit under which you do conduct your investigation, necessarily includes the residential program. After all, residential students and so forth continue their studies during the afternoon, evening hours, and so forth. So this is a little kind of hard to understand. On the one hand, you're saying, well, we were circumscribed by the state board's regulations, which pertain to educational programs. And yet your own report says that we took a look at, and we believed it was appropriate to take a look at, the residential program. And so that raises the question of, well, all right, since there were apparently failures on the part of adults to properly and timely make reports, then would that not then say that adults then are not necessarily reliable reporters of events or facts that the agency might wish to know, and therefore conversations with students which, by the way, were depicted in the DCF report, would be appropriate to address, given that the residential program is so integral to the experience of students in the educational program. So why is it that we just, you say this on the one hand, but it doesn't feel like you looked very closely at the residential program?
Yeah, I think the consistent piece, or where the limitation of our regulations, it doesn't really, in terms of this investigation, doesn't break out on education program versus residential program. Though we certainly are making you aware that our authority is really on the education program side. The limitation of the policy or our rules pertains to what are those functions and what are those aspects of public school approval that we have authority to review. And as I mentioned, I gave the team a charge that focused specifically on background checks and mandatory reporting. I saw those directly related to public school approval. When the team was on the, going through its review, they did not see a necessary boundary between the residential program and the education program looking at those two functions and regulations. So the issue of background checks and mandatory reporting transcend that sort of organizational boundary, if you will. But that is a boundary of our authority, and that's one we followed up. And part of that was sort of the iterative process of the team's review. I gave the team some general direction per the regulation, but maybe Bob, you want to talk about how the team confronted that issue. But to your question, John, I think the boundary is around what is the authority of the agency. It wasn't so much looking at the organizational. We clearly saw a connection between the two programs.
Just
Bob,
before Bob speaks, let me just observe that. Would it not have been possible for you to make inquiry about these matters and refer areas outside your authority, such as process or failures in the residential program, to the appropriate state entity, i.e. DCF, exactly as DCF brought these matters to your attention now over 8 months ago?
Yes, we would be required to share that information with them, and that's actually the mandatory reporter aspect. From an individual, I'm a licensed educator. If I encounter that information, I have to make that report.
Thank you. Before we hear from you, Mr. Stafford, Jennifer Samuelson has a comment or question.
Thank you. So in speaking also, Dan, to the limitations, just in the way the rules are written, you'd mentioned on page 10 that the approval process for independent schools does not delineate an enforcement mechanism for an independent school's failure to follow its own policies and procedures, other than to report such to the State Board of Ed for action on the school's approval status. So just tying that back in with the policies and procedures in the site visit, and I don't mean this directed at any particular school, but if you go to a school and find that they are not in compliance, or if you come to this school in the spring and find that they're not in compliance, can you speak to what the next step that you have at your disposal might be?
Yeah, and I think it's a deficiency in the regulation. I think, in my tenure as secretary, I think it emerged this morning as well. There's limited ability to ensure that the schools are, in the case that we mentioned this morning of a school losing accreditation, what requires them to report it to us, so those enforcement components are fairly limited. We would essentially work with a school to improve their capacity in that regard. But, I would also draw the parallel to the letter I sent the school. I am requiring 2 follow-up steps of them. There's no delineation of that ability of the secretary to require 2 follow-up steps in the regulation. It's just something that I thought was prudent relative to the review. So I think this is an area where the rules and regulations could be strengthened, and I appreciated the review team identifying that.
Well, and I would love to talk about that maybe later as to, any recommendations that you have about, how our rules could be improved on that regard. But I guess, for now, what would happen if, based on your two intermediate steps that you've identified, what would happen if you found a lack of compliance with, what you've set forth as your expectations?
Well, I would rely on the authority that's being sort of examined here is my ability to recommend a revocation or suspension of their approval status. Ultimately, that's where it would lead. It certainly does involve the Council of Independent Schools weighing in on that first, but that's ultimately the destination of any such information of that nature.
Okay.
Just a follow-up on your note that you enforced, I guess, the school's plan by making it a requirement to take some further steps. That seems to me to be, as you, I think, acknowledged, an unusual exercise of your authority. It seemed to me that you had two choices, either to recommend no action or to turn the matter over to the state board with a recommendation. Why is it that you didn't turn this over to the state board with the recommendation that the board should require that the agency conduct the two specific things that you have stipulated?
Well, following the regulation, I think the threshold and the responsibility determination is with me, not with the board. So, and I think appropriately, the reason for that is that I am a professional educator, so I'm given some discretion in determining to what extent a school is viable from a public school approval or independent school approval perspective. So that's how I determine the regulation. And as I mentioned in my professional judgment, neither suspension or revocation was warranted.
Understood, but as a rule, it is the state board that determines if there are conditions placed upon approvals. You make recommendation to the board as a professional, and as a general custom, the board then confirms or modifies or denies your recommendation. But in this case, you chose to not go through that process of recommending to the board that it make this requirement. And that strikes me as a bit unusual and different than is normal. You didn't have to recommend revocation or suspension, but you were certainly perfectly free to recommend that these conditions be placed upon the school, and you chose not to make that recommendation to the board. Fair be it. So be it. I'm just observing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's exactly it. Using my judgment, I think, which is outlined and intended in the regulation, and that's exactly what I did.
Thank you. Thank you. I think now, Mr. Stafford, the Secretary had wanted to bring you into the conversation, and perhaps now is a great time for that.
I think in particular, Bob, that nuance between the residential and the education side.
Yes, so the investigative team looked at that because there were a lot of allegations about what was going on in residential, and we're not in the hospitality business. I don't know anybody in state government that there really is that oversees the residential portion of an independent school. But what I'd like to say before I get into how we made that nexus is that we do have a memo of understanding, an agreement with DCF, whereas they send me every single intake that they receive concerning an educational setting in Vermont. So we are aware anytime that DCF steps onto Kern-Hatton's property or are investigating anything else that involves an educational setting. So we're very comfortable with the fact that there are other eyes on this particular independent school, as there are other eyes on public schools. But making the nexus from just looking at the educational program to the residential, as we said, the educational process really doesn't stop once the students walk out of the educational building. They take their Chromebooks with them back to their dorms or their houses. They continue to get mentored. They get tutored. They have counseling. They have all of those things up until the time that they go to bed. So we thought that it transcended nicely. We didn't know if we would get resistance from Kern-Hatton concerning that, but we didn't. They actually welcomed us looking into that. It reminded me an awful lot of the management studies that I've done on police departments, but we weren't there to do a management study. But what we found, and what Kern-Hatton found, is that they needed to update and improve and revise their processes to include their policies and procedures. And they did that proactively throughout this process, throughout the investigative process.
Mr. Stafford, this is you alluded to the interagency collaboration and the importance of that, which I think we all understand and respect. This is a sort of thinking ahead to the future. The reports that came to the agency, from DCF, came in under the aegis of their oversight of the residential treatment program. If I understand correctly, they had kind of an ongoing visitation schedule because of the RTP. Mm-hmm. I don't know how frequent it was. I don't know whether it was in person, but the impression I got from looking at their report was that it was a summary of a year's worth of not investigations exactly, but information that was accumulated about the school. With the termination of the residential treatment program, regardless of who brought that about, mm-hmm. Should we have a concern then that the eyes on the residential program, which have been there for years because of the contractual relationship between DCF and the school, now will those eyes be dimmed or not so frequent? That is to say, is the DCF's oversight of what happens outside school hours going to be somehow less? Won't they now be reliant merely upon a proactive report from a student or an administrator or someone else, as opposed to previously? It seems like they proactively were aware of what was going on at school.
Yeah, that's a good thought and a good question. And I'm not sure if I have the answer to it, but what I can say is that I have firsthand seen the work that Kern-Hatton has done to improve their policies and procedures and their accountability. And if they get NEASC approval, that will be one more set of eyes on them. And again, any organization is dependent on the type of person that you have, the type of training that you give them, and then the oversight. And I have seen where they have improved on their reporting procedures, just in talking with them about their incident management plan and how they report. I just brought up a couple of thoughts, and boom, they immediately implemented them, which has helped them tremendously in accountability. And I want you to know that I saw every incident from 2015 to the present because they were able to give me access to that data system all the way up until the time that I asked for my permission to be taken away because we were done with the report. So I've seen firsthand the fact that they are being proactive and they are holding people accountable. I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Chair.
Well, I appreciate the response, and I do want to just observe that you're a man of a great deal of relevant experience, and Mr. Secretary, I commend you for assigning Mr. Stafford to lead this inquiry, because you have eyes and ears that are very experienced, and you know what to look for, and you know when to question what you've just been told, and that, I think, inspires a great deal of confidence for somebody who must rely upon others to be the eyes and ears of the state. Now, this is a further question about sort of where do things go from here and what level of state oversight will be in the future. Not only is it possible that DCF's oversight might diminish, but if for some reason state board, upon recommendation of the secretary, were to deny approval for renewal of this institution's approval, if you will, that would seem to have the effect of taking all of the eyes of the Agency of Education off the school. And now, let's say the school is no longer an approved school. For this particular school, that would not make a significant difference to them, since they rely very little upon public tuition dollars to operate. They rely almost entirely on other sources of revenue. So my concern is now sort of a year out, when the approval, for whatever bizarre reason, is not renewed. Is there, and this is then therefore is merely a, what's it called, a licensed school? Is that the next step down?
Recognized.
Recognized, thank you. So my question simply is to any of you, how's that going to work out for us? Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, I really don't feel comfortable responding to the multiple hypotheticals in your question, particularly since I'm asked today to speak directly to a very important topic that has significant legal ramifications. So
I understand that you don't
welcome that conversation at a future date outside of this context.
Yeah. I understand that you don't have an answer to the question. That's fair enough. I don't. Oliver?
Maybe if I can just narrow it down, I think really the question is, broadly speaking, recognized schools. If my understanding is correct, the State Board of Education has no oversight, no jurisdiction over the recognition, if you will, of recognized schools. And I don't believe that the agency has any authority to withhold that sort of recognized status under statute. Is that correct?
I don't think we've had a lot of experience with that, particularly in light of some of the litigation around religious schools. I think this is all going to change significantly, but in my experience, we've had limited interaction with recognized schools, if you will.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you all. Are there further comments or questions for Mr. Stafford or the Secretary?
Well,
Jennifer?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I would be interested in hearing, based on this experience, is where do you see room for improvement in the rules generally? Not tied to this specific investigation necessarily, but just where have you seen kind of gaps that we can utilize the rulemaking process to help strengthen the process on any level?
Yeah, I'll go back to this idea of assurance, requiring assurances. I noticed it, I think, with our review of the Compass School, that was triggered. We found tax notification, and that triggered the board's interest. And certainly part of the dynamic around Current Hatton is some of the reporting that's gone on the historic child abuse, sex abuse in the school. But what compels a district or a school to report any variation in their financial status or a violation of their own policies or procedures as a condition of approval? So that would give us, essentially, you failed to report to us, therefore we have the ability to take some action against you, as opposed to trying to interpret what the situation was, but to really enact on a regular basis an assurance. And I draw the parallel to the public school system. We require superintendents on an annual basis to provide assurance to us on a number of issues, because we delegate substantial authority through their systems to administer federal dollars, for example. And it would seem to me some sort of formal assurance mechanism should be embedded in the regulatory construct.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further comments or questions? If not, then we will conclude this discussion of item J. And we thank you, Mr. Stafford, and of course we thank you, Secretary French, for this presentation. So, Board, we are complete with item J. And you'll recall that early in the meeting, I bumped the agenda around and inserted the chair's report to you at this spot before we move on to item K, which is leadership succession. So I'm going to present to you my chair's report, which is different than what I usually do. And I'm actually going to read from what I've written as I've spent some time thinking about this and, sort of parting words and all that. And so I want to share with you some reflections on our service together and on the, and so offer some thoughts about the future. First, I want to thank you and acknowledge each of you for serving this brave little state of ours, as it's called, by your work on the board. You know, when you accepted the governor's appointment, you became part of a long and honorable tradition of public service, where our state is 230 years old, and it's always relied upon citizens like you who are dedicated to what in Latin is res publica, the public matters. And that is, it is your work literally that makes this a government of, for, and by the people. And those are very high-minded ideals that I think we all do or should take seriously. We've had a state board of education in Vermont for nearly 120 years. A lot of very distinguished people have served on this board. But it's a mistake to assume that this board always has existed and always will exist. It's not immutable and its future is not assured. The state board has literally been abolished at least 3 times over its history. And it's worth remembering that the board exists only at the will of the General Assembly. The board doesn't exist because the governor appoints people. It exists because the General Assembly created it and can uncreate it at any time. An awful lot of work on our board, as you know, has been the work of sort of carrying out the legislature's education initiatives. Act 46 a couple of years ago, the consolidation, and most recently, you all have been very deeply involved in drafting rules for mandated by Act 173, and the statute explicitly said that's for you, the state board, to do. They have confidence in you to do that and designated as such. And while this work, I think we've all found it pretty interesting, although it's gone on longer than some of us might wish, I think you as a board can look forward to I see a different legislative horizon ahead. And I think that you will have much more bandwidth in the near future to pursue what might be your concerns as opposed to the directions of the legislature. And so that opens up kind of new terrain for you to be looking at and even new ways of conducting yourselves. And so I want to just commend to you some thoughts about being mindful of what I would call the founding architecture of the state board. I think it's important that we think about that, be mindful of that, especially as you go forward. So some obvious facts: you are not elected. You don't represent anybody. You don't represent stakeholders or special interests. Some of you are educators by background, but most of us are not. And by design, by statutory design, members of this board are appointed not as educational experts or advocates, but as thoughtful Vermonters with an interest in education. So all of which is to say that our opinions about, quote, what's wrong with education or what we need to fix are frankly irrelevant. if you have an agenda about education, this ain't the place to be. Maybe you ought to run for the legislature. Our duty is, and each of our duties is to bring our personal values, our life experiences, and our integrity, and apply them to the facts on the ground, the actual realities, not the virtue signaling and persuasions of advocates, but to the work of education in Vermont. And I want to just encourage you to sort of really be yourselves and not worry. I encourage you to be direct and forthright. I encourage you to challenge the conventional wisdoms. An example of the conventional wisdom is this conceit in Vermont that we do education better than almost all the other states. And that might have been true a decade ago, but it's certainly not true today. By any objective measure, education in Vermont, while it's in the top 10, you might say, given how much we spend on it, it ought to be in the top 1. We ought to be paying more attention to learning from other states. It's extremely provincial and conceited to imagine that we cannot learn significant ways to get better by finding out what other states are doing. I want to ask you to be wary of what I would call either-or policymaking. A lot of times we look at one problem, but there's another problem equally important, perhaps even more important, that's just not fashionable to be looking at, or not so glamorous, or not so interesting. For example, today, all of us in education are talking a lot about race and ethnic inclusivity in Vermont schools. Really important. It's about time we're paying attention to this. But even while we're doing that, I would venture to say that 10 times as many Vermont students are marginalized by economic, geographic, or cultural disadvantage. And it's not such a glamorous topic right now, and we're not paying as much attention to that as we might. Certainly, the new study and all that is raising those questions, and that's a good thing. Another thing I would encourage you to do is to question the fads in education. I don't know of many fields that are as beset by fads as education. I remember a former Secretary of Education, this was 35 years ago, who used to be described as leaping from bleeding edge to bleeding edge, and kind of getting cut up in this sequence of it all. There's all this talk in education about portfolio-based assessment, learning styles, and I think most ironic of all, critical thinking among many of us who don't really think critically. And I just want to urge you to be relying on research-based evidence and actual experience here and in other states, as opposed to what seems to be fashionable to be talking about in education. But much more important, I want to remind you that education in Vermont and in many states, especially in New England, is really unlike any other public function in our state. Education is neither state-run, examples of state-run things are the Division of Families and Children, the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's not like that at all. And nor is it locally run, like City Recreation Department or the Town Conservation Commission. Uniquely among all the vital public services in our state, education is both and, not either or, but both and. It is both local and statewide. And both levels of our democracy, the state level and the local level, are deeply involved and jointly responsible for what happens. It's worth noting, for example, that education happens in the communities. And I've sort of totted up how many folks are involved, and my guesstimate is that there are 200,000 Vermonters who are almost daily, or at least 9 months of the year, actively involved in what happens in our schools across the state. 200,000, that's nearly a third of all Vermonters. Who's in that group? Well, school board members, administrators, teachers, aides, support staff, bus drivers, you name it. students, 76,000 of them, and parents. You're getting to a really huge part of our population is really engaged with it, either delivering it or receiving it or encountering it in one way or another. That's the local part. The state part, of course, is completely different. At the statewide level, there are probably about 1,000 people involved who shape educational policy for the 200,000. Legislators, agency administrators, advocates, lobbyists, academics. Working together, they provide, if you will, the boundaries and the guidance of educational policy. And these two groups, the folks in Montpelier and the statewide perspective, and the folks in the communities who actually deliver and encounter education, guess what? They see things very differently. And that is completely normal and healthy, particularly in a pluralistic society and democracy such as ours. But their different perspectives do make for difficult and sometimes intractable conversations. And if you doubt that, just look back 2 years at Act 46, 4 years at its passage, and even today, still the painful discussions about dissolution of some of the governance arrangements that were made in those times. Unlike either of these groups, the state board's role is to be available and responsive to both Montpelier and to the communities. And this is where the unique role of the state board takes shape. Our job is to listen and understand the goals and objectives of policy influencers and policy makers in Montpelier. That's one of the reasons why the secretary by law is a member of our board, because he's a policy influencer of significant status in Montpelier. And our job is to listen to and understand the concerns and challenges of educators, boards, students, and parents in the communities. That's partly why we have a couple students, bless their hearts, on our board. So our unique role is to convey and to interpret to Montpelier's perspectives to the communities, and guess what? Vice versa. To communicate to Montpelier the perspective of communities. And in that role as kind of intermediary, we're sort of in this netherland to work toward a common ground. So if you share my conviction that the state board plays this really unique and vital role in balancing the interests of the state and the communities, then to paraphrase Dwight Eisenhower's farewell, be wary of what I would call the bureaucracy advocacy complex. Some of these folks who are would strip this board of its influence and authority. And the result would be frankly, to marginalize local school boards and administrators, and frankly, to consolidate even more power in state government. These days, the state board's reputation is quite strong with the legislature, thanks to your faithful work in carrying out the legislature's requests and directives. And that's a good thing, because frankly, it's the legislature who decides whether the state board lives or it is abolished. So while you broaden your agenda, which I wish I were with you, because I think you're going to have a lot of fun taking on problems and issues that your board cares about. You've been so busy, responding to the demands upon your time. Now you have freedom to look out over the horizon. While you do that, which I'm delighted you will and commend, don't forget, this is old practical JC here, don't forget to protect your flanks. And by that I mean continue to nourish your very strong relationship with the General Assembly. It's really, you're in a strong position, and the General Assembly looks very favorably upon this board, and you want to do all you can to sustain that. Shifting gears, and in closing, I want to acknowledge and thank two agency staffers. Now, I may get choked up because I feel really strongly about this. Suzanne Sprague and Maureen Geddes have been so faithful in their support of this state board over many years, long before I arrived. And I can tell you they have been so helpful to me in my work as your chair. I regard Maureen and Suzanne as kind of exemplars of the dignity and the hard work and the kindness that is the very best of Vermont people. So I say to you, Suzanne and Maureen, thank you. It's been a real privilege to work with you. And thank you for all you've done. And to you, my board colleagues, I thank you each and all. It has been a real honor to work with you and to serve as your chair. Thank you very much. So now we can go on to item K, which is leadership succession, election. This is a proceeding in which, since your chair is retiring, and as of the end of this month, your next meeting, whenever that might be, will be presided over by a new chair. And our job right now, your job actually, is to choose that chair. So your presiding chair opens the floor for nominations for the chair, the succeeding chair of the state board. Are there nominations? I recognize Lyle Jepson's hand is up. Lyle?
I will delegate the floor to Jennifer Samuelson.
All right, that's very nice. Lyle, Jennifer?
All right. I move that we elect Oliver Olson to be the succeeding chair of the State Board of Education. Oliver is our most senior member now on the board, and I think he brings a wealth of background experience and expertise, having served in the legislature. And I think he's got big shoes to fill, to be sure, but I think he will capably fill them.
Thank you. I will regard that as placing his name in nomination.
Yes.
Thank you. So the name of Oliver Olson has been placed in nomination as chair. Are there any other names to be placed in nomination? Hearing none, then, the question before you is, shall the board elect Oliver Olson to serve as its chair, I believe, to serve out the remainder of the current chair's term. That would probably be part of the context. And we'll do that vote by a show of hands. So the question is, are you ready for this question? Any discussion? If you're ready for the question, then please, those who are in favor of, yes, is there a question? Again, please.
Oh no, I was just offering appreciation for Oliver's willingness to serve.
I see. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kim. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. And so you are ready for the question? If so, those in favor of electing Oliver Olson to serve as chair, please raise your hand. I'd like to see, okay, and I see Kim Gleason's hand is up, and I see everybody's hand is up except one, which would be the candidate himself. Thank you. So the chair rules that you have unanimously elected Oliver Olson to serve as the chair of the State Board of Education. Congratulations, Oliver. So
thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
No, I just want to thank you, John, for your service to the board and for your leadership. And as the vice chair indicated, you certainly leave some big shoes to be filled, and certainly honored to follow in your footsteps. And yeah, so I appreciate the support and of my colleagues here on the board.
Excellent, thank you. It's well deserved, Oliver. I'm sure you will be just terrific. I really do. That concludes then item K, which leads us to item L, about which I know nothing.
So I think at this is a good segue. It's my pleasure to offer a few remarks and offer a resolution of appreciation for Mr. Carroll's service on the board and service more broadly to the state. I had, prior to the meeting, reached out to folks on the board to solicit some input. I also reached out to John's predecessor, and she had some wonderfully kind words to offer, which I was able to incorporate into this resolution. But before I move on to that, I was reading a newspaper article. I believe it was in the Rutland Herald, talking about sort of reviewing your career, and there was a comment you had made in the newspaper article about the start of your career as a management consultant and being in awe at the fact that people would pay you money when you had so little expertise to offer. So I find it quite ironic that you're wrapping up your career with so much expertise and experience with little to no pay. So,
indeed, I've noticed that.
So I thought that was rather humorous. So with that, I'm going to move that the board adopt the following resolution, which I'll read now. So this is a resolution of appreciation for John Carroll. Whereas John Carroll has served with distinction on the Vermont State Board of Education since 2017. And whereas he has selflessly contributed his time and talents to innumerable board deliberations and actions, including the implementation of Act 46, Act 173, and the search for a Secretary of Education. And whereas his attention to the detail of regulatory responsibilities and his ability to skillfully navigate complex appellate matters have been invaluable. And whereas, as its chair, John Carroll has worked tirelessly to keep the board and its members on task and on track. And whereas he has been a thoughtful, helpful, and inspiring mentor to new members of the board while ensuring that student members have felt welcomed, respected, and valued. And whereas he has dedicated his life to public service at local, state, national, and international levels. And whereas, having served 3 terms in the Vermont Senate, John Carroll has leveraged his knowledge and appreciation of legislative nuances to advance the board's priorities before the General Assembly. And whereas, while he will be greatly missed by his colleagues on the board, his transition will certainly be welcomed by his wife, children, and grandchildren. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Vermont State Board of Education recognizes and applauds the service and commitment of John Carroll to the state of Vermont, and be it further resolved that, with profound gratitude, appreciation, and respect, his colleagues on the Vermont State Board of Education, past and present, offer best wishes to John Carroll as he concludes his service on the board.
Thank you. You are the presiding officer, sir.
Yes. So I a little bit unorthodox. I offered the resolution, but I would welcome a second to that. It's been
Kim Gleason, I will second.
It's been seconded by Kim Gleason. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed?
Aye.
The motion has carried unanimously. So again, John, I just can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for our board. As Krista Hewling sort of commented, and I think Dan French earlier commented, you are among a small cadre of board members who survived Act 46 and many other really significant deliberations on this board. And I personally have learned a great deal from you and have really valued my time working with you on the board.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will miss many parts of this. And thank you very much for the kind words of your resolution and your general kindness to me. I'm very grateful to you. It's been a really positive experience. Thank you.
So unless there's anything else on that agenda topic, I think we can transition to item M, which is to discuss the agenda, work plan, and committee structure moving forward. So I'll start with a few housekeeping items, and then I would like to open it up for some general discussion around our meetings going forward, particularly in light of the fact that today is the first day that we're meeting as a board outside of a state of emergency. And we have traditionally met in person, but as has been sort of commented on before, ironically, I think we've been far more accessible to Vermonters in this format. So I think we want to, I want to start a conversation about how we wish to move forward as a board, meeting remotely or in person. And also, traditionally, towards the end of the summer, early autumn, we typically hold a retreat. And that's something I think we should start thinking about. So I want to open up some discussion about that. But the first sort of housekeeping matter is I've been the chair of the Rule 2200 series committee, and in light of the fact that I'm taking over as the chair of the board, I will be stepping down from that committee and would like to have the board appoint a new member and also somebody to chair the committee. My suggestion, which we'll open up for discussion here, is that Jen Samuelson would take over as the chair of the committee, and would suggest that Tom Lovett take my place as the third member of that committee. So any discussion or thoughts on that? And if we're all agreeable to that, I would entertain a motion to put that into effect.
I would make that motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Lyle Jepson to appoint Tom Lovett to the Rule 2200 series committee and to appoint committee member Jen Samuelson as the chair of that committee. Is there a second?
I'll second that. Kathy Lavoie.
It's been seconded by Kathy Lavoie. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed, signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have adopted the motion. The other housekeeping item, it came up, as you may recall, earlier in our conversation there was a suggestion that we might actually broaden the scope of that committee to include reviewing the accreditation of post-secondary institutions. So I would entertain a motion to put that into effect as well.
I will so move.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jen Samuelson and seconded by Tom Lovett to broaden the scope of the Rule 2200 Series Committee to include review of accreditation of post-secondary institutions. Is there any discussion? Alrighty, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed, please signify by saying nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have adopted the motion. So with those items out of the business, at this time I'd like to entertain some discussion amongst board members about how you'd like to see us move forward as a board with both our regular meetings as well as a retreat at some point. Sabina, I see your hand up.
I'm just going to add quickly an idea that I had, and then I'll my ideas won't really be needed because I won't be there. But I think in terms of making it accessible to the public, but also being able to have the in-person meetings, I think having like a TV maybe set up or a Google, or what are these called, office meetings set up where there's a camera in the in-person meeting. So we're all meeting in person, but there is this form of a meeting happening at the same time. So people can call in from their phones, and people who, say live 2 hours from where we're meeting can call in with video chat even, and we could see them up on that big TV. And I think that would allow for us to connect in person as a board, because those meetings they go better. It's, the past year has been rough. And then I think that also then allows so it's a hybrid of the two models that we've used in the past.
It's a great suggestion. Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Sabina. That's a great suggestion. And there is technology that we're using in classrooms that allow that to happen. That actually will allow everybody in the room to be seen and heard. The OWL is the one that we use here. So there is technology that makes that really effective.
Great, thank you, Tom. Other thoughts?
Sorry.
Kim, go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Really cutting out. Okay, good. I was just also thinking we could consider like every other meeting in person and every other meeting virtual. I don't know. I think our attendance has been much improved over the last year. I certainly value the time when we're able to be together. I know for some of the other boards I serve on, there was the VSBA is going to do, again, because the participation was dramatically improved in attendance with the virtual meetings, that we're going to do quarterly in person and the other months virtual. And I look forward to seeing how we work hybrid, because certainly in our local districts we'll be doing that.
That's a good suggestion. Jennifer.
Yeah, it's funny because my only experience with state board meetings has been the virtual meeting, so I don't really have anything to compare it to, other than as a part like someone who had attended in the audience to prior state board meetings. I'm not adverse to the virtual format. I think it really does allow for greater participation, both by board members, but also by the public. I mean, I do appreciate that there's probably things that get lost in translation because we are virtual. So if we were thinking about doing some meetings in person and some meetings virtual, maybe another thought is to have the virtual meetings occur during the winter months, just to, capitalize on the fact that, we don't want anyone driving through snowstorms. So my one concern with the virtual meetings, I will say, is I find it somewhat hard sometimes to sit still for this long and stare at my computer. So that's my only real challenge with the format.
No, great points. Kathy, and then Tom, you still have your hand up.
Thank you. I believe that we have to, now that it's been lifted, since we're a public meeting, we have to provide the space for people to attend, a location with one member present. So we have to think of that as well.
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, that's a great point. Not necessarily one member. We do need to provide a staff location, which incidentally we did do for this meeting. So that's why Suzanne is sitting in the National Life Building today, and that was noticed on the agenda. But I don't believe a member or multiple members actually need to be present.
I'll verify. I think that's the direction we were given, is that one person, but I may have misunderstood it. Nonetheless, we have to provide that space for an individual.
Yes, definitely. And not just the space, it has to be staffed as well.
Staffed, right.
Lyle.
Having been in education for a while, I have always found that education is about relationships. And I don't know if any of you are like me, but I have a hard time doing relationships on this. It's nice to see everyone, and I will agree that it's so much easier to go to a meeting like this than to drive to Montpelier from where I am. But I would encourage us to think about, I like the every other meeting model, or do the retreat and then figure out from there what we're going to do moving forward. But I think it would be good to continue with in-person meetings in some way, not all the time, and continue with the virtual as well. I like the hybrid model, and that would suggest, and I think it might model what education could become in the future, because I'm not convinced that every student has to go to school every day, and I think we've probably proven that at this point. So my thoughts for what they're worth.
Oh. Good. This is really a really great conversation, and John, as outgoing chair, who won't have to make any meetings, I'd be curious to your thoughts as well.
Well, you're kind to ask. I think your thoughts about including some virtual meetings scattered among the in-person meetings is worth thinking about. I hadn't thought about that. I've just been so itchy to get back to face-to-face, but I'm Irish and I'm touchy, and so I love that sort of stuff. And I think you will find, those of you who haven't done it on this board, that it adds a richness to the transactions. Certainly something like the retreat, if you do one, those have always been an opportunity to get to know people, because you're together for 2 days, get to know people as people. And that's part of this. We are, after all, exactly that. So I just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, that if you wind up having a retreat, and if you wind up having it in this neck of the woods, as has been the board's habit of late, Nan and I would love to host an evening reception, as we did last time, here at our place, not far away. So anyway, because I'd love to meet some of you and see all of you. Anyway, that's ways off.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. Sabina, I see your hand is up, but Angelita, I know you haven't had your hand up, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. And then Sabina.
I like the idea of having virtual meetings scattered about, especially in winter, because I know we get snowstorms up here and often our roads won't be cleared until the roads are already icy and we can't travel anywhere. So I think winter is a really good idea. And then, early fall, spring, summer is when we can have our in-person. Like, it'd be great to see some of, like, all of you. I haven't met any of you or had conversations just about you or I, which I think would, especially with me, I open up more and it's easier for me to give my 2 cents if I know the people I'm with. So I would love to have in person. I think the winter idea is a really good idea. But yeah, it's my opinion.
Great. Thank you. Sabina.
The other thing I might add is that lunch was so nice to be with other people and like get to just talk about random stuff like, how's your dog doing? And, oh, you're also a hockey fan. Like, offline, like I turned my video off, I sit down at the, dinner table downstairs and I eat lunch alone versus like getting to like interact and get to know you guys personally. And I just think like as a board, having those personal connections just allows us to function better. And, because when you know someone, you're more likely to listen to what they have to say and not just dismiss their ideas immediately. And I think that, to the extent that you guys can, having those in-person meetings will just make them even more enjoyable too, because you get that break from looking at the screen and, looking at someone's face and only seeing it in a professional manner. You get to have those, relationships.
Great. Thank you, Sabina. Mr. Secretary, we haven't heard from you. Any thoughts from you? And also, I not just from you personally, but also in terms of the administrative support that goes along with this.
No, I really like Sabina's lunch comment. I think it's important to have those social moments and meetings. But other than that, I'm flexible. The Secretary of State put out guidance recently on, open meetings, just reminding everyone that physical location needs to be a requirement. But I think to John's earlier comments, the use of technology has certainly given more Vermonters the opportunity to participate in these types of conversations. We've noticed that at the press conferences. So I would encourage us to try to integrate it as best we can, because I think it does provide a greater public service.
Wonderful. So I would suggest that I would, just as a suggestion to start moving us forward here, that we continue with this remote format for the foreseeable future, but plan for an in-person retreat. And then one of the things we could do at that retreat is to actually sort of formalize our thoughts and our schedule and how we're going to execute our meetings going forward from that point on. So that's just an idea to put out there. Gives us a little bit of time to think more about some of the concepts we've discussed today. Gives us an opportunity in person to flush that out, and time to implement whatever we decide to move ahead with. So before we get into actual, thinking about dates for when we might hold a retreat, does that basic framework, does that make sense to everyone? Does everybody feel comfortable starting to plan for an in-person retreat early in the sort of early autumn timeframe? Does that feel comfortable? Does it feel right to folks? Okay.
Sounds good.
Wonderful. So let's we'll start thinking about that, and we don't need to do it now, but offline we'll try to find dates that work for people's schedules, location, logistics, et cetera, and we can finalize that at a later date. In terms of the July and August meetings, I'm conscious of the fact, and I'm speaking for myself personally, and I'm sure I'm not alone, Looking forward to getting away. Now that travel is once again a possibility.
Literally wrapping up and taking forever.
I expect that some others may also have vacation plans. So in terms of looking at our meetings in July and August, does anybody anticipate any conflicts with their summer plans? Jennifer, and then Kathy.
I will be available for both meeting dates, but I'm going to be gone the beginning of August, which would make it hard to do any prep work in advance of that meeting. So I can sort of be like a low-level participant in August, but otherwise I'll be around.
Okay. Kathy?
Yes. Are the meeting dates posted? I know my list only went up through June. I'm not sure where I got the list. I think it came off the website.
Chair Olson, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
The July meeting is July 21st, and the August meeting is August 18th.
Okay.
Okay. I will not be present. We'll be gone the last 2 weeks of July. Just to.
Okay, got it. Kim, and then Angelita. Kim, you might be muted.
I'm sorry, and I apologize for not being muted as we're getting to walk out the door. I am so sorry, and probably it was the one time my internet was clean enough to hear me say, "We're trying to wrap up." I am so very sorry and embarrassed, but I appear to be around for both of those dates, and I do apologize, but I am going to have to hop off. I also am sad to say I missed so much of John's words of wisdom. So I look forward to going back and watching the meeting because it kept breaking up on my end. But I did hear you mention pieces of the work, including equity, and I thought I should probably mention that our school board passed an equity policy last night. So that I could have mentioned earlier on, but then I picked up some of your kernels of wisdom, and I really do look forward to going back and watching. Thank you all for bearing with me with my bad internet.
No worries. Thank you. Angelita.
July 21st, I believe I will be available virtually. That's kind of that whole week is going to be a bit of a rough week, but I do intend on attending, and July is just busy overall. So anything in July, really, I can't do anything except for that one day.
Okay. So it sounds like we will at least have a quorum in both July and August. Kim, you again? Your hand is up.
I'm sorry, I was in my head. Yeah, I apologize. In my head, I was also thinking of it as a remote meeting because I'm so stuck there. Yeah. So I would imagine my attendance, certainly at the July meetings, I know we will have people in town, would be easier as a remote meeting. So if we are thinking about a July meeting, maybe we consider that in terms of even summer meetings in general until we get back.
Yep, exactly. And that's what I was thinking. July and August are definitely going to be remote meetings, and September perhaps might be when we're looking at a retreat that would be in person. That's nominally what I'm thinking about right now. So I'm not hearing any concerns around quorum, assuming we will meet remotely for July and August. So I suggest, unless something else comes up, that we will stick with those meetings, and we'll start looking at September or October for potential retreat. And again, we can find some dates offline that work for board members. The other piece of business I do want to talk about is with respect to S-115, which I believe now is Act 66, if I'm not mistaken, the miscellaneous ed bill. there's a requirement that the state board and the agency work together on to develop recommendations to bring forward to the legislature around the division of roles and responsibilities. And I am going to suggest, and I want to open up for some discussion, that we form a committee of a few board members and the secretary to work together collaboratively on that process, and that we do that using a committee structure, and that periodically the committee could report back to the board on its progress. So I just want to open that up for discussion within the group to see if there are any thoughts on that as an approach. And as a reminder, we have a statutory obligation to report back, I believe, by December 15th, sometime in December before the start of the session. Lyle.
You just answered my question. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Any objections to that as an approach? Mr. Secretary, are you comfortable with that? That works for you? Okay. What I'm going to propose is that we formally establish that committee today, and if the board feels comfortable giving me as the chair the authority to appoint members to that committee, that will allow people to have some time over the coming days and weeks to think about their interest level, and then I can, between now and our next meeting, can appoint members to that committee so it can at least be up and running. Is that amenable to the group?
Yes.
Sounds good. Okay. So this time I would entertain a motion to form a committee to act. Excuse me, let me think of the words here. I'm going to entertain a motion for the state board to constitute a committee charged with developing recommendations for the full board to consider in response to the requirements of Act 66 as it pertains to roles and responsibilities of the state board and the Agency of Education. Lyle Jepson?
So moved. Love your wording. What you said.
Thank you. It's been moved by Lyle Jepson. And is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Kathy Lavoie. Is there any discussion? Alrighty. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion has carried. Next, I would entertain a motion to authorize the chair to appoint members to the newly constituted committee.
Also move.
It's been moved.
I'll second.
Been moved by Jen Samuelson and seconded by Tom Lovett. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've approved the motion. So that, in terms of committees, I think that provides the board with some some entities to start moving on a few of these things between meetings. So I'll reach out to folks offline to just make sure that those are getting scheduled. And I'll if you have interest in serving on this newly constituted committee to work out the roles and responsibilities, please reach out to me, as I'd like to make those appointments. So that committee can get underway quickly here. The next thing I wanted to talk about, and I think unfortunately we may have lost Kim. I know she had to run, and I'm not looking for action today, but I did want to open up the conversation and would like to continue the conversation at our next meeting. And that is getting back to John's earlier point about the fact that, we've, as a board, since I've been on the board now for 3 years, we have been very busy with things that were tasks or were put upon us to execute on. And we really haven't had much opportunity to take a step back and look at the big picture and use our power to convene and to lead on important conversations around education policy in the state. I've had some conversations with a few of you, including Kim, around the broad and really important issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's something that all of us, I think, have a real interest in, and I think we as a board have a responsibility and an obligation to lead on. So it's something that I'd like us to think about how we can lead on some of this important work that is happening in pockets around the state. But I would say perhaps not consistently, and I think we have an opportunity there to play a leading role. I don't know exactly what it looks like yet. I think we're very early, and I just want to start the conversation with the board today. Would love to hear your thoughts, but would expect to continue the conversation and perhaps think about how we might move forward at an upcoming meeting.
Does it make any sense, Oliver, to roll that into the roles and responsibilities piece, that discussion? Or is this large enough and separate enough to warrant a separate committee?
I think it's large enough, and I see the work of the roles and responsibilities really focused on sort of defining the parameters of our respective regulatory authorities between the agency and the board. This other piece of work, I think, is a broader, larger conversation, and I wouldn't want it to be constrained to division of roles and responsibilities. But a good question. Other comments, questions?
I do think it's an important conversation, and I think the secretary has handled some letters from members of the public on this issue as school boards and districts are dealing with this. I also appreciate John's comment about the range of this conversation, that it's not, while it is importantly about race and ethnicity, it's also about other factors for inclusion and equity. So I think it's a really important conversation for our state.
Okay. Jen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think this is definitely something that we should focus on, and something that I think that I think we lend a unique voice to this whole conversation because, we really do sort of sit somewhere in between those who are educated, those who are educating them, and the agency. And I think we can sort of have a more comprehensive role in all of this. That said, I'm sort of curious, Oliver, what you're envisioning the role of this committee and, what the work would be.
Yeah, and I think that's why I want to start the conversation now, and I want us to all to think about it. I don't personally have any preconceived ideas, and I'd like us all to sort of take a step back and think about that very question, and be prepared to have some further discussion at our next meeting. Lyle.
One of the things that I've done with our organization here in Rutland, and maybe everyone has gone through this, but so that we had common language, common understanding, we are going through DEI training, education. I don't know if that would be necessary of this board, if the board's already gone through it, but it might be a place to start perhaps in a retreat where we're all together with an activity. It just might give us a strategy to move forward and some time to do that.
That's great suggestion. And we've been through some training, but again, we've we're not a static board. We have new members, and we'll have, hopefully by the time the retreat comes around, we'll have another new member. So that's a great suggestion. I'd love to hear from one or both of our student members, your thoughts. Sabina or Angelita? You're both on mute.
I was gonna let you go, but I mean, I don't know, but I don't see my opinion as too important, simply just because I won't be here. But yeah.
No, it's still you're still a member of the board, and it's still important. And you're here today, so your voice is important.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have anything to add. I trust you guys. You guys are the adults here. You guys have more experience. But yeah, as of right now, I don't really have anything to add to anything.
Okay. Wonderful. Any other, so taking a step back from that, any other thoughts or discussion on our work plan or agenda moving forward? No. I think that brings us to, Tom.
Yeah, just one thing that I think it would be good for the board to look at, review, discuss in a rural state like Vermont is CTE. And I know Lyle has experience there, but career and technical education in this state is a lifeline to a lot of students. And yet when you're rural, getting access to those centers is sometimes difficult. So I think that would be a topic that like independent schools, like special ed, it would be good for the board to discuss.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I almost wonder if there's an opportunity at an upcoming meeting or even at the retreat for sort of a kind of a state of CTE. So that's a great suggestion. Okay.
Well, don't get me started, Tom. Thank you very much. I warned John when I came on what I wanted to talk about.
Well, this is these are your meetings, so and we will have some bandwidth to take up some of these other topics that are of interest, and we're all appointed to bring our unique perspectives to the board. So let's make sure we carve out time to have those conversations. Tom.
And just to get it on the table too, I think, and there's been a lot of discussion about this in the state, but the importance of early education highlighted during the pandemic, and what a challenge it is for many Vermonters. And I'm not as familiar with the rules and the statutes around early ed as I should be. So that would be another area where the board, I think, could spend some of its time.
Okay. Great. Well, with that, I think that brings us to the end of our formal agenda. And I think it would probably be appropriate to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I will move to adjourn.
I was going to suggest that Mr. Carroll make that motion. Is that something he can do from his position where he is?
It is.
Sorry, Jennifer.
I am still technically a member of the board until the end of June. Very quiet one now. So it's my honor to move that this meeting of the State Board of Education adjourn.
Alrighty. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded by Sabina to adjourn. Is there any discussion? All righty. All those in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we stand in adjournment. Thank you all for a wonderful meeting. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your service.
Thank you. Peace.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.